Hello, hello, everybody. Happy Friday. It's a heckin' good day. How's it going? Do not put me on pizza. Steve with a B. Dude wet. Yippee yay. Chat. J-Sank. Jankoviak. Yeah, we're here early. Because I am heckin' hyped for stream today. Very much so. First up, we got a bit of silent action. I'm planning on doing one full run, whatever that entails, of silent here. We're currently on a 6 streak, which is pretty thick. And I think ties the best we've had in the challenge so far this year. By the way, Striker Ninja, thanks for 34 months of support. It's all coming up Baylor today. And then later on, which is what I'm really excited for, Elden Ring. Diving into the DLC that just came out, Shadow of the Erd Tree. Okay, something's wrong with the microphone. Hold on. One moment.
Okay, how about now? We sound normal now. Okay, fixed. Cool. Yeah, that was not the correct microphone being used. Wonderful. I think I know which microphone was being used there, actually, and I'm really tickled. Why do we even have that microphone? Yeah, DualShock 5. Why do you even have that microphone? That was not the correct mic. Yeah, use the real one, please. Yeah, surprisingly good audio for a mic built into a controller 2 feet away. It's a pretty good controller, I gotta say. It's a pretty good controller. Anyway, the voice is smooth and buttery. We are ready for some silent action. And currently on a 6 streak with silence. Lots of runic pyramids involved so far, so I don't feel like I've played my heart out exactly, but we're doing very well, and if we can keep up the pace, then we're on track for something amazing here. So no reason not to play as best we can right now, going into run number 7 with the silence here on Ascension 20 in the Spire. I've been eyeing random rare card starts, but let's see if 100 gold makes more sense. Probably does with an early shop here. What else we got? Oh my. What a delightful Act 1. This is the kind of Act 1 you like to see. An Act 1 where you can kick back and start planning a vacation already because you know you're going to have some disposable income left over after getting all the necessities. We get lots of res sites, elites that are not so hazardous that we can't at least contemplate fighting them. Option for an early shop, a shoption, if you will. Maybe even the potential to fight the Burning Elite. I could see going, let's mark this one in red. I could see going far left here if I chose random rare and got a half-decent card. Am I starting a fresh character for Elden Ring? Yes. Yeah, so I won't actually be getting into any of the DLC content today or for a while, quite frankly. I'm going to be doing a fairly thorough playthrough. Not 100%, but I'm going to be exploring most of the game world, doing most of the things. So it'll be a long time before we actually get to the DLC areas. Should be really fun. If you're looking for seeing the new stuff right here, right now, well, there's lots of other channels showing that off, so it's out there. Snick says, something I realized that is amazing about Spire after watching other people stream this is that there's a massive diversity in the picks everyone values, and they can still find massive success, which shows how well made the game is, and that's balance in a word. Different options can all lead to success, which is really good. Oh, that's the path I wanted. Hold on, no. That's right. Over here, then we have the option to go Burning Elite. But also the option to not. And that, if we're talking about minimizing events in Act 1 as a metric for success, how about this path? No events at all. Not a 1. Don't trust them. Don't need them. Don't want them. So yeah, I think I take 100 gold then with that early shop. Let's do it. I could take one event before the shop if I want to avoid having to fight a hard pool fight here. I think I'd rather fight the hard pool fight to get the potion before the elite. Alright, Joe Worm, you and me, let's go. Hey, Terminal Tractor, I have a PC and a PS5 as my gaming options at this time. I think I take 4 to play a strike here. Not buffed yet. We're not in too much danger here. Very gentle Jawworm for once. Good. What you want to see. How much are rare cards? They're a little bit less than 200 gold. So why 100 gold over a rare card? Well, it's the difference between a rare card that's random versus a rare card that you choose. I'm willing to pay 200 gold for a rare card if I know that rare card is going to be Glass Knife or Alchemize. The kicker with the gold is, though, if that rare card isn't a good one in the shop for 200 gold, I don't have to buy it. I can keep the money and spend it on something else. That's why gold is so powerful in this game. You don't have to buy things unless they're actually good. Whereas if you take relics or card rewards or what have you, they're not guaranteed to actually help you because you're getting something random. Ooh, nice floor 1 choice here. Dagger Throw versus Blade Dance. Which do you pick? How interesting. I have no idea. They're both good. Neither is wrong. There's a kunai in the shop. If there's a kunai in the shop, then I want to not take Blade Dance, because we're not going to be able to afford that kunai in the shop, and that means we never get a kunai. So if there's a kunai in the shop, I should take the Dagger Throw. Or I should not go to the shop. Dagger Throw is a better anti-Lagavulin card. It's a little bit better against Guardian, too. Does boss factor into this choice? A little bit. I think if it was Hexaghost, I'd be taking Poison Stab. Against Guardian, you could still argue for Poison Stab. Valustor, thanks for the Prime sub in the 2 months. I want a Dagger Throw. It's a bit less damage, but that draw discard is a useful benefit to have. And dealing damage all in one big chunk is pretty useful here in Act 1 as well. Particularly against the Lagavulin, who I am definitely a little bit concerned about. Lagavulin. Okay, just block, just block. Lock potion. I mean, I'm not gonna not take it, right? That seems pretty good. Next turn, her attacks deal double damage. One of the best cards Silent can get for scaling her attack power. It's a skill that upgrades to 0 cost. And there's no decent other damage option even here. So yeah. I'll take it. Haymaker NZ with the 21 months, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Pink Panther with the Prime sub and 7 months. Thanks for the good luck wishes. Would that have been the rare card that Niao gives us? I don't think so. No, I don't believe that's how that works. Okay, not worth playing Phantasmal on this turn, because I have no damage coming up. Nice. Perfect fight. On one hand, leg sweep good. On the other hand, backstab helps kill stuff, and killing stuff is definitely the short-term priority here, with our first elite coming up. But we could go... No, that's a no elite path. That's stupid. Backstab, notably, does not work with Phantasmal Killer, which is a bit sad. But not so sad that we don't take it, I don't think. Let's take a backstab. This is a great front load card. We definitely need damage more than block at this time. And let's get to that shop. With 234 gold, we can buy a relic. Like membership card. There's not even anything better to buy. Short term, so I'm definitely going to buy this, giving us a 50% discount on everything from here on out, essentially giving us double money. That's pretty sweet. Sounds like a fun run, Snick. Start with Corruption, first chest, Dead Branch. That'll do it. Flex Potion's pretty alright indeed. Flechettes are kind of interesting too. Really like what Flechettes can do. Long term, I don't love it right now, although Flechette's remove strike could make it a lot better. What about Sneaky Strike, actually? This might be better with the Dagger Throw. That adds a 12 damage attack that can be free a lot of the time. Yeah, I think Sneaky Strike might actually be it. Notably, I could do Flechette's remove, but I can't do Sneaky Strike remove. But I could do Sneaky Strike Flex Potion. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm really glad I did that. Holy crap. Right, this is the big reason not to take a hard pull combat in Act 1 before your first rest site. Because sometimes you encounter this particular pairing of enemies, and they are nasty. Yeah, arguably the worst possible floor 5. I would agree with that. However, we came prepared. Let's see, we have 14, 20... Yeah, you're dead if I Flex Potion. So I think what I should do is just use that Flex Potion we just bought and murder the Acid Slime on turn 1. So that this is not so bad. Is there a Baylor merch shop where you can get this shirt? There is a Baylor merch shop, but you cannot get this shirt there, unfortunately. But yes, there's a merch shop. There sure is. I think I want to play the Phantasmal. Take 5 here. Yes, the power. Get sneakily struck, fool. Good card. Okay, now we can take Blade Dance. Although Dagger Spray is not horrible either. I think I just take a Blade Dance. And we have yet another attack to be doubling with Phantasmal. Would have been nice with our Flex Pot, but we used it. Yeah, let's take Blade Dance. And for upgrades... Is it too early to upgrade Phantasmal? We might want to upgrade one of our damage cards instead, like Sneaky Strike or Blade Dance. Just upgrading Phantasmal so that it's no cost to play is potentially pretty good. That said, we don't always play it, so it's possible the upgrade won't matter under certain conditions. Let's upgrade Blade Dance, I guess. First Elite could be a little bit tricky, depending on draw order. It could go either extremely well or kind of poorly. Let's say this is probably one of our easier opponents, and we got Phantasmal Killer on turn 1. So I'm feeling really good here. As long as we don't brick a damage draw, and it looks like almost all of the good damage is in the draw pile, so I think we're in great shape here. Let's see, 26. Let's neutralize the one with the most health. In case I draw the neutralize again. Not the draw I was looking for, but pretty good. It's a Sneaky Strike and 2 strikes. Yeah, I wanted Dagger Throw and or Blade Dance, but this is adequate. And then let's start working on this one, because this one can be weakened eventually. Could do Dagger Throw, Defend, Defend. I think we should do Dagger Throw, Blade Dance. Actually, wait, does Dagger Throw, Blade Dance strike kill? Because that's obviously the best move. Yeah, that does kill. Okay, look for lethal, do it. Don't forget to check for lethal, kids. It helps. Hey, not bad. Ultimately, a very good first Elite fight. I was not expecting this combat to go so well, at all. Especially without having to use the potion. Although, wait. Especially without having to use the potion. And look at that. The Weaken saves 2. After putting in the work for it. Huzzah. Oh, excellent. Oh boy. Oh, excellent. Oh, we're going to have such a good time on this run. Gurya lets us gain strength. And Flechettes are back. Yoink. Time to lift. Now give me Vajra in the chest. That's good enough, actually. Akabeko says the first attack each combat does 8 more damage. That with Flechettes can be extra spicy. Do I dare fight the Burning Elite? I think we're in really good shape. And I don't have to fight the second Elite. Let's go. We can even upgrade a card in our deck with the Ominous Forge here. Upgrade Flechettes, upgrade Dagger Throw, upgrade Sneaky Strike. I don't even hate upgrade Neutralize against Gremlinob and Lagavulin. I've already got the damage down. Upgrade Neutralize, I rather like. Snick says, is Ironclad the only one who can directly add strength to themselves? And silent for decks? No. Reprogram on Defect does both. Fasting on Watcher does both. Is Gurya enough reason to add Flechettes? I think so. Yeah, and Akabeko makes it really good. Grade Neutralize. Don't like the Warp Tongs there, because the Pain Curse, I think, is more than we want to contend with. Okay. Phantasmal Killer into think we want to open right now, though, because we have Dagger Throw, Sneaky Strike in hand. So I think we want to play those. That is a max health Legovillain, too. That is spooky. Good. Okay. Yeah. I feel good about this. So we do Sneaky Strike. Phantasmal Flechettes. So I get 4 damage if I discard a Cinder's Bane. I don't think I want to draw a Cinder's Bane again, though. Okay, hopefully we get a good damage draw here. Love to see Blade Dance. Nice. Cool. We'll just spend all 3 energy attacking here. 10, 10, 10, 10. So about that max health this enemy supposedly has. Gigantor, thanks for the 14 months of support. Thank you, thank you. I think I want to play 1 strike. Alright, sweet. I could have saved 5 more. That's fine. 10 nib. Oh my good lord. Oh my good lord. The synergy. Now, every 10th attack we play does double damage. Make that triple damage, because we have Terror. And with Phantasmal Killer, we can make an attack deal 6 times damage. Talk about Blappin'. That's an amazing set of rewards. If only we had a potion. Benjamin Nib arrives. Now we get to absolutely dunk on these weaker foes. Get freaking destroyed. Oh. Okay. I guess the game wants me to win this run. Skewer is pretty spicy too, but adrenaline? I'll take an adrenaline. Hello, potion? We're going to 100% potion chance. Apparently. 26 damage 3 times, says Flechettes. That seems like a bit much. Don't you think? Guess there's no way to get Pendant back to 9. My attacks do way too much damage here. Alright, well, rip to them. I guess. That's fine. Finally a potion, okay. And acrobatics. I like acrobatics with Sneaky Strike. I like acrobatics with Flechettes. Let's take an acrobatics, I think. Dodge roll and deflect are half decent. Dodge roll could help with the Guardian, who might actually be a bit of trouble with the current block density of the deck. Maybe I do need a dodge and roll. Could I beat the Act 2 boss with this? Maybe Champ. We could beat Champ with this. Solar Flexing, thanks for the 3 months of support. And how's it going, AdZ? How many hours of Spire do I play per week? Usually 20 or so. Not as much as I used to. And not as much as I could if I were trying to min-max my streaming success or whatever. But I aim for long-term sustainability in my game playing usually. So about 20 hours per week seems to be my interest level in Spire long-term. I also owe the chat a dad joke for Than Goo. Did you hear about the Silent who opened up a karate dojo and bakery? She called it Dodge and Rolls. I do like that acrobatics a lot, though. Really do like that acrobatics a lot. I want to believe in Acro plus Phantasmal upgrade for Guardian. I'm going to believe. Maybe we can get a block card after beating Gremlin Knob to death. Maybe. And nib the backstab here. It's rather important that I do that correctly. Wow, the damage. That wasn't even a good pen nib setup. We got him. Do it with 3 strikes. I could do Terror Strike, but I want to do 3 strikes for pen nib. Alright, a free Gremlin Knob fight is a great thing. We get money, we get Bag of Preparation, which makes our Akabeko insane. We get a Calculated Gamble, which makes the entire deck insane. I'm so glad I didn't bother with a dodge and roll. We're going to slap the Guardian so hard. Finisher's not terrible either, but Calc Gamble is so good here. What an insanely good start to a Silent run. Wait, am I upgrading PK or lifting? I'm upgrading PK. We can lift later. This upgrade is very important. It's the only upgrade we really, really need immediately, I think. To save the adrenaline. And I'm not going to transform this turn. Yeah. Could gamble. Or I can just take the transform. I can do so much damage if I gamble, though. Like, so much damage. It's a nice potion for Act 2. I'm really not that worried about Act 2 at the moment. I just got to make sure we get through this fight intact. Really like my prognosis. XP do what? Acrobatics, Terror, Survivor. Play the Essence of Steel. We still have all the cards. That's fine, but we're not making progress in this fight. I don't like it. I'm going to gamble here. I'm going to gamble all 5 of my cards. That's more like it. We do what? Acro, I don't need to Terror now. Let's do Sneaky Strike, Flechettes. No, Sneaky Strike, Flechettes, Blade Dance. That's the way. And nib the Flechettes here. 20 times 2. We go right through that block and deal tons more damage. Yeah, we did a lot of damage. That was well worth it. Probably get to keep this potion now. This is also worth playing. Looking good. Yeah, take 6. 6 is fine. Still 5 by 3. Okay. Looks like we transform. Yeah, we do. Okay. Let's go for broke here. Maybe keeping Pen-Nib for the double damage turn might have been better. Too worried either way. This turn kind of sucks, though. Let's see. Shivs are how much? We just kill it. Actually, Blade Dance Cal Gamble might be the play here. Then we draw a lot of cards. Yeah, I like that. But yes, we could just kill by playing 5 attacks. I would only take 20 damage back. Tempting, right? Okay, I guess we just wait. Seems largely fine. We take 8 this turn. We never die next turn. Yeah, we're fine here. Could deal 19 to take 4. I don't think I want to. We're reasonably likely to just kill right now. Yeah, you're super dead. There we go. Okay. Kept one of our 2 potions. We are back to 2 potions. And we get offered Burst, Alchemize, and Die. And that's a nice Alchemize, but Die slaps just so very hard in Act 2 here. So it's really hard not to take the AoE card, since we don't actually have an area damage option yet. If we draw this on turn 1, it currently does 22 damage to all. If I have Pen-Nib charge, that would be 44 damage to all enemies. And then +2 every time I lift. That's pretty good. But yeah, Alchemize is definitely solid here, for sure. I'm leaning towards the physical attacks. I'm going to take this Die. Let's see what our boss relic is. No energy options. We got Empty Cage, Ring of the Serpent, and Black Star. How curious. Deck definitely looks like we could handle a Black Star. Extra relics off elites is tempting. Empty Cage also not bad here. Dunk 2 strikes would make the deck quite a bit stronger. Last Kerfuffle, thanks for 47 months of support. Empty Cage makes our flechettes much more powerful. Not even a bad Ring of the Serpent. That's true, actually, since we have the Bag of Preparation. I feel like with how good we are at murdering elites, though, it's really hard not to take the Black Star here. I'll take a Black Star. I believe. I believe here. You have Collector at the end of the act. That could be a little tricky. Lots of elites to fight. Although the initial shops are not kindly placed. These are not conveniently located, unfortunately. That means we probably have to fight all of our elites without going to a shop. I don't love that idea. But I do love that we get the chance to lift pretty quick here. And I shouldn't take that much damage from combats because we are so very strong. Could get a random shop. Maybe we want to take some events on purpose. I think we want to start with 1 combat, 1 event, and then we can decide. Many more to do. Overall, my path wants to look something like this. Ideally, we're lifting here and here. I would definitely take bites. Definitely take bites. Why is Gurius sad? He just needs a pick-me-up. Snick. Do relic chances by rarity increase when you don't get them? No. No, relic chances don't change at all. Based on anything that happens in the game. I don't love this turn one. Guess we want to focus our damage next turn anyway. So we should just focus on blocking here. Something like this. Let me double check my damage, just in case I'm one short here. We're going to do 13, 5, 5, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this gets pen nibbed for 24. That's 52. Okay, yeah. So we're good. Totally good. In fact, I even get to play the strike. Holy damage. Yeah, indeed. More like, die. Yeah. It's terrible. Attack potion, that's pretty good. Piercing Wail, that's pretty good too. That can make us last one turn longer against Book of Stabbing. And it's the only reasonably efficient block card when you've got 3 energy. In Act 2, I like it. Just go all offense on the potions here. Another fight. Oh my. The power. The power. A PK pen nib next turn. I think we're fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. My sneaky strike does 52 damage. These are all pretty meh. Concentrate, unfortunately, we don't have enough card draw to make actually good, believe it or not. Pluto Pouring, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Well, the way I see it, I've got really good potions for elites. I am ready to fight and kill an elite. Got good cards, too. So let's just take some events here and try to not get our resources depleted along the way to the elite. I'm not completely convinced that we can keep this up long term. Oh, and these guys are great. Not only do we absolutely wipe the floor with these fools, they're going to drop a bunch of money for us and give us a way to weaken foes on turn 1. Hell yeah. That's what you like to see. Buttface McBrain lag. Sorry about your condition. Thanks for 2 months of support. I'm thinking Piercing Wail, Terror, Backstab, Blade Dance. That sounds pretty good. Let's kill Bear. Don't really need to kill Bear, but I'm going to kill Bear. Bear, yes. Could kill Pointy, and then I would have to spend less energy blocking. Too late for that. Romeo must die. Perfect. Wonderful. Thinking about the explosive potion here so that I can kill them both. Otherwise, I take 7. Also, I end with Pendib on 9. That's pretty good. With the red mask applying weak to all enemies on turn 1. 3 cards I don't really want. Let us proceed in the correct direction. Okay, I'm very glad that I set Pendib to 9. Good lord. So the natural inclination is to play Die here. But that would mean not being able to get Sneaky Strike for free. But yeah, Die does 44 to all enemies, which is pretty cool. Otherwise, I have to separately kill the beast. Let's see, if I go Die, Backstab, Blade Dance, Dagger Throw, Strike, will that kill? Let's just double check on that. So we do 44 with the Die. Backstab does 12. Blade Dance does 20. It's at 76 already. Yeah, we super have it. All right, we'll just kill them then. Actually, wait, do I super have it? No, I exactly have it. Might have miscounted there. Yeah, I can't play the strike, so if I super have it, I mean we only exactly have it. Good. Good for us. Yoink. Acro with a Plus seems pretty good. Get us to the Phantasmal, make the Flechettes super powered. You know the drill. Alright, one more fight before our first elite. 3 cultists is nice and easy breezy here. Ooh. Akabeko on Flechettes or on Die? It's an actually tough choice. No, we Pennib the Die. We Akabeko the Flechettes. There we go. Okay, easy fight. Don't get to set Pennib up for the elite. Not completely. Do pretty good, though. When will the enemy have a turn? I don't understand the question. Still no potion, though, huh? I was really hoping to have 2 potions for the first elite fight. Dodge and Roll is back. It's got an upgrade, too. I don't hate that. I have to block eventually. Backflip might be better, though, because it says draw. Yeah, probably draw is actually just secretly better. It's not secret. How long did it take Spire to click for me? I think the first time I remembered that I had an unceasing top was about 2,000 hours in. That's when I felt like I was actually good at the game, for once. Oh, baby. Show me the Flechettes. Come on, one time. Please. That's good enough, actually. That is conveniently 23 damage. So we go Die, then Sneaky Strike, then Terror. Wait, that's horrible. Or the option is Terror, Sneaky Strike, then Die. Awkward. Wait, no, it's Terror on the leader. Yeah, we use the pen nib. Terror on the leader, Sneaky Strike on the leader, Backstab on the leader, Obliterate Nerds, Strike the leader. There we go. That's how you get them. And then Murdering. Ow. Okay, first elite absolutely destroyed. We get Toy Ornithopter healing us for potions. We get Pear giving us max health and current health right away. We get offered a second backflip. We've had first backflip, yes. What about second backflip? Now we just need way more energy somehow. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. Card remove. That's an expensive remove from the Cleric. Given that we have membership card, money's worth twice as much. I think I'm still going to pay him, though, because strike removes are pretty dang good. Am I as good at other games as I am at Spire? I think Spire's where my talent really stands out the most. I'm what you would call fairly good at several other games, but none of them to the point where I have community records or anything like that. Defend remove is also completely reasonable now that we've added 2 backflips. Maybe our next remove is defend. This is still the correct path, right? I think so. Yeah, we gotta lift. It's lifting time. Bag of marbles, oh my lord. The monstrosity continues. Enemies are now vulnerable on turn 1, and we have 3 strength, meaning that the blappage will truly occur. Triple slavers? I don't think so. Take 33. To the face. To your face. But where die, though? Where yat, die? There you are. It's gonna be 24 to all. Sweet. Alright, good turn 1. Molten Egg? Don't mind if I do. Any attacks we add from here on out are upgraded. And if you want to upgrade the attacks that are already in the deck, well, that's where Whetstone comes in, upgrading 2 attacks at random. We're also going to add 1 more Sneaky Strike, because it says plus on it. And we have 2 Acrobatics and a Calc Gamble. So yeah, so we'll take a Sneaky Strike plus. I think that's pretty good. Lilac Wine, thanks for 8 months. 7 months for 7 wins in a row. But wait, that's 8 months. For 8 wins in a row. Hopefully. I'm sorry, Die does how much damage? Deleted. These potions are good. Okay, an actually tough opponent. What do you do? I'm going in as blind as reasonably possible, Janice. I'm aware of some bits of detail for the Elden Ring DLC, which I will not elucidate on right now. But nothing I would consider an actual spoiler, thankfully. We'll see how long that stays true. Good lord, the damage. 21 per shiv? What the hell? And then I get to have Pen Nib on 9 for Collector? Amazing. There's the 4th point of strength, the Vajra. Unfortunately, the Maw Bank is very, very sad, as I'm about to spend money at the shop. I have 800 effective gold with membership card. So yeah, that Maw Bank is not doing much. What a busted run. Can we get a turn 2 Collector kill? Is my question. Oh my good lord. Peace Pipe and Fossilized Helix. And Footwork. Footwork is finally here. I'm going to buy that Footwork for sure. I don't think I need the Waffle. But Helix is amazing. Definitely buy Helix. Meant the first time we would lose health each combat. Absolutely. Praise Helix. And I lied. We're not going to remove any defense. I have Footwork now. Do I care about thinking ahead? Not 100 gold, I don't. Yippee-ki-yay, thanks for the 12 months, the full year of support. I'm never going to play footwork. I might play footwork in the Act 3 boss fights. We're going to need block eventually. Probably. Is dodge and roll good? If you've got footwork, I do like it quite a bit. I don't feel like we have energy to spend on footwork just yet, but... on dodge and roll, rather, just yet, but it's an option. Decent for heart, too, with dexterity. I think I just skipped the rest of this garbage. No more lifting. We can upgrade again. I like upgrading adrenaline because this deck needs more energy. The more burst we have, the better we'll perform. Health Gamble upgrade's okay. Acro upgrade's okay. Terror upgrade is similar to adrenaline. But I think we should do adrenaline first. And let's hope for a good draw turn 1. What do we get? Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Nice. Okay, and then just play these. That's an okay turn 1. We only did half the collector's health. Didn't get Phantasmal Killer in play either. We did a bunch of other stuff that matters, so that's kind of cool. Not even half. Technically. Gonna be honest, I'm not sure we give a crap about the minions here. I don't think we do. We just do this. Might need to potion. I think I backflip first. I no longer need to potion. Blah. 102 damage from the die. Good lord, the power. Wraith form is here. Wraith form seems pretty good. So does burst, actually. We can burst Phantasmal, burst Adrenaline, burst Acrobatics, burst Blade Dance. That is a decent burst. When is the best time to recall for the red key? Usually as late as possible. My personal advice is the second to last campfire. That way you can upgrade a newly acquired card at the last rest site, and you're less likely to forget to recall and then lose your chance at the heart. So I've adopted the habit of penultimate rest site, usually, although you don't always get that choice. But ideally not in Act 1 or Act 2. Wraith form solves our defense problem really helpfully, though. I'll grab the Wraith form. And I'll take a Copy Dripper. Although more relics from Calling Bell is a hilarious idea, I think just having more energy, no questions asked, is really good. I'll take it. Not much of a choice there for me. That's just pretty free. Main question of this act is, how many elites can we get? And / or how many shops? We can get 3 elites on the far left side. That's okay. There's an early shop into 3 elites, but what about a different path? What about a path that looks something like this? Rest site, elite, rest site, shop, elite, shop, rest site. We get more upgrades, one fewer elite, but double shops also. Might even be able to take 999 gold. Although I'd still have to fight an elite with 2 normalities. With a gambler's brew, we could do that. That's kind of hype. Could also go through this shop and go to 3 shops. That's completely unnecessary. There's no need for that. Okay, let's do this. What's our spiker solution? Oh yeah, Wraith Form. Wraith Form is a good spiker solution. Buffer's also a pretty good spiker solution. Yoink. Yoink. It says plus. For free. The power. Pretty good. Bruh. Block and draw. Give me one more footwork and we're golden here. Do we take another combat or another event here? I like the event. Even though we just got a couple... We got a combat. And a decent but not amazing event. Maybe this event will be amazing. Spin the wheel. What do you got today, Gremlin? Okay. Heal for 3. I was really hoping for 300 gold, but I'll take the heal for 3. Thank you for not cursing me. The... Hello? 48 times 7. Flechettes just did 336 damage. Kill it. Must perish. $102. Below half health. We have 4 turns to go. Not bad. Another 168 damage flechettes. The power. It's gonna be one dead transient. GG, nerd. Dead. We've had first will aid plans, yes, but what about freaking Outmaneuver Plus? That actually seems pretty good. Deck generates energy decently, but not amazingly. Got lots of draw. I think Outmaneuver is actually very good. Skewer's not horrible either, but I think Outmaneuver's very good. We have quite a few upgrades that are important here. First and foremost, Wraith Form, please say plus. Let's use this too. Almost got Repto on turn 1. Almost. Art of War or a Calcum are fine. Nightmare is here, or another backflip. Nightmare seems kind of nutty, with Adrenaline, Wraith Form as targets. Take a Nightmare. And then we probably want to make that cheaper, too. Let's recall now. Yeah, we got well-laid plans to line it up. We get to skip Juzu Bracelet. This run is good in so many ways. Chemical X is here. Although we skipped the Adrenaline, or the Skewer, right? Yeah, we don't have any X cost cards. Lizard Tail is here. Wait, we could buy Chemex Transmutation. That is one of my favorite things to buy. Probably I just buy Lizard Tail, though. Lizard Tail seems pretty good. Blind, not horrible. We don't have that much weaken yet, right? Yeah, just the neutralize. But yeah, I'm buying Lizard Tail here. How do I feel about Escape Plan? It's fine. I'm gonna upgrade Footwork over Nightmare? Probably. I have Art of War. We're gonna be fine. Okay, let's go to the next shop. Madnesses? I don't think so. Although Madness with Nightmare can do some fun stuff. And we have lots of card draw. You know what? Actually, yes. I will take 2 Madnesses. Although sometimes they're crap. Like here. Good fight. Stinging Bull, you're late. Calculated Gamble, you're right on time. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, 90 max health silent, chunky lady. It's pretty sweet. I think we're past the point of usefulness for Gremlin Horn. Sling of Courage is very funny, so that we could have 6 strength in the Spire Elites fight. I don't think that's necessary, though. How hard does this Glass Knife slap? It's a pretty damaging card. That's true. That card slaps. Choke actually viable? I don't think so. For the most part, no. Got pretty good damage options already. I think we just want to keep removing cards here. Strikes, get out of my deck. Thank you. And we'll save money for maybe a relic in the final shop. Don't need to Nightmare Wraith form, surely. Nightmare Die? Sure. Sure. There's some more weekend. We do want access to better weekends, so I'll take the Sucker Puncher. Tiz with a full year of support. Your first sub was immortalized in the infamous Necronomicurse run. Has it already been a year? Holy heck. Ludicrous, I say. Simply ludicrous. Okay. Our first boss of Act 3 is Donu and Dekka here. Drew Nightmare on turn 1. Well, I don't think I'm going to use it. Should Penib Akabeko the die, I guess. Do we keep Nightmare? I think so. I'd like to Nightmare Adrenaline, I think, in this fight. Keep Nightmare and Sneaky Strike? And Sneaky Strike. Definitely going to take a hit on this turn. Not much I can do about it. Cool. Just play that. Ouch. Well, I'm a little bit worried about our endgame here. We don't have the best block engine. The moments. Nightmaring Footwork also works here. I was hoping you'd say that. Definitely getting painful here, though. Ow. No zero cost outmaneuver from me, huh? Alright, fine. Footwork. So well. Actually, no. These two. I don't think Nightmaring the Footwork was actually correct for this fight, in retrospect, but oh well. Here we are. No buffing strength for you. Okay. We did lose a bunch of health there, but I think we have what it takes to get through the next boss. At least I sure hope we do. It really is nice when Flechettes does 48 times 5 on turn 1. That does help, as they say, a fair bit. Foolish? Never liked you anyway. Alright, so this debuff, not a thing. Guess we could play some Madnesses. Those are cool, I guess. That means we don't have to worry about getting hit on this turn either, which is quite nice. I can do the Piercing Whale trick, except they haven't gained any strength, so it doesn't do anything. Dupe Pot would have killed? No, that's not how Pennib works. Or Akabeko either, unfortunately. No, it would not have. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Play 5 cards. Do I want to try to do double damage next turn? He'll have block and stuff. We definitely play this. No, we want to because we want to cycle over here. Just do it. Can't even buffer that, huh? It's fine. Get blippity-blapped, sir. The damage. How much are my shivs? Quite a bit. It's not a full block, though. Play one less shiv, do a bit more block. Foolish. Not only do we manage to kill Time Eater with our potions and our tail intact, but we also get Pennib on 9, setting us up very well for Act 4 here. Two thump. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this strength? Schwepp, thanks for the 8 months of support. Time flies when you have fun. I want this to be cheaper. You are too expensive. Scales kind of good. Remove kind of good. How about some emote spam for the heart fight? Please do. Yeah, please do. Thinking bronze scales here. Tools are okay. Smooth stone helps too. Actually, yeah, one more dexterity is good. Surviving is the harder thing to do, right? I like that damage from scales. I want the bronze scales. I think we're fine here. As long as I can keep the Gambler's Brew and the Dupe Pot into the heart fight, I think we're completely fine. Oh, that's a good turn 1. Do I just calc gamble? No, we should backflip gamble. Backflip Will-Aid plans gamble. That's not good. Hmm. So I guess the question becomes, which, if any, potion do we use here? Can't really abide using the Gambler's Brew. Don't think I use any potion? That might also be it. Taking, not even 12, taking, using the buffer and taking 4, if we neutralize the spear here. Duping Sneaky Strike is kind of interesting, because then we would gain 4 energy back. We might be able to kill the shield on turn 1 if we did that. But yeah, with the Will 8 plans and they have no artifact, I don't necessarily need to block this turn. Let's keep our valuable potions. I am going to hit the shield first. I just want to play this for next turn. Keep backflip Sucker Punch. That seems fine. Maybe should have considered Panagraph more strongly. Okay, Wraithform is here. I think we just play that. Then we're immune next turn. Yeah, we're immune for a while. We have Orichalcum to block too. Let's keep the best damage. We get Art of War energy. We're gonna have 99 block, huh? Oh, I can just Nightmare Tadadai. Yeah, we're good. In that case, we don't play Phantasmal yet. We go Outmaneuver, Terror. Keep this and this. Nightmare this. Play this. Keep this and this. And now, the damage. Can't do it without using the pen nib. That's fine. Kunai is here. I think we just want 2 max health. Kunai is very good. Terror and Calc Gamble upgrades, those are pretty good. I'd say our odds for the heart are quite high here, Twitch chat. Really like our chances. Better late than never. And then plus 2 max is actually like plus 3, because we also get plus 1 on the Lizard Tail. I think that's pretty good. Interesting. Guess I can wait on Wraithform, right? Although we're losing buffer if I play most cards. Probably we should just do Defend Acrobatics. Yeah, that makes more sense. Defend Acrobatics. That means discard this. Defend. 2 cards. You want to play stuff that exhausts. Backstab Dadadai is tempting. I really like Sucker Punch for the guaranteed week, though. So let's do Sucker Punch Dadadai. Actually, no, I can't afford both of those. Sucker Punch Backstab. There we go. Okay, keep the buffer. Very important. Next turn could be the big hit, and we're hoping it is. It is not. Concerning. I might be able to save buffer if I can draw into Piercing Wail here. There it is. Unfortunately, that means I have to choose between Piercing Wail or Well-Laid Plans. But I take no damage for a cycle? That seems worth it, right? Questionable. Only I had 2 more energy here. No, that wouldn't even be enough. That's tough. I think I play it now. The guaranteed survival. Plan on making this a bit of a longer fight. With the bronze scales, that should work out in our favor, hopefully. We do Survivor. DuPont Footwork? I don't think so. Footwork Madness. There's no reason to play or not play this card. Okay, no damage taken. This turn is definitely could have been worse. Actually, I don't hate this turn either. We can make the outmaneuver free. That's kind of cool. Multi-hit coming up next turn is pretty spooky, though. So, how do we do this? I'm thinking we don't need to Nightmare the Wraith form if we just dupe pot Wraith form. That means we can Nightmare Adrenaline here. Six turns of intangibility should be plenty. And the duped Adrenaline will help me get back to our power that we didn't play, the Well-Laid Plans. It's very important that I can get that in. We could Nightmare Neutralize to get Weakened down next turn. I don't think that's even enough, though. I will play Neutralize before I play the Adrenaline to shuffle it back in, though. Beat of Death gonna hurt a bit here. Alright, Blade Dance Gamble. Time to shine. Show us what you can do. Okay, here's Wraith form. Could dupe that right now, actually. That's not a horrible idea. Although I have Weaken right now. No. We don't need to dupe that. Not yet. Although I can't get it into my hand. The plans, that is. I'd rather buy myself the extra time. Yeah. Would be a good turn. Kept that damage. Keep gaining dexterity. Do this. Maybe should have gotten rid of slime there too. Who needs Wraith form, right? Who even needs it? Oh, possibly me. I might need it. Just a bit. I'll take it now. Just for safety. Make sure we're really locked in there. GG, Mr. Hart. What a run. From start to finish, very, very strong on this one. Literally, thanks to Gurya. Some of the other nonsense. Just amazing. GG. Be free, my lizard tail friend. Be free. It ends how it began, with a dagger throw. GG. Skinny Skills, thanks for the Prime sub in 14 months. Set that streak to 7. Heck yeah. GG. GG. Beautiful run. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, and just one away from tying our all-time PB with Silent, which is really cool. Feels like we're starting to put together some skills. Definitely feel like the Black Star paid off big time this run. We were absolutely dominated through Act 2. Act 2 was very fun. And then Act 3 went pretty well. GG. GG. I like it. I like it a lot. Will I fight Tree Sentinel at level 1? No, I'm going to go around Tree Sentinel. We won't overlevel content in general in Elden Ring. I've got some restrictions I'm going to place on leveling. But I'm not gonna 1v1 Tree Sentinel right at the beginning. And that is what we're going to be switching to here. Elden Ring time is upon us, Twitch chat. I want plenty of time to play one of my favorite games of all time. Very excited for the DLC release and the starting of a new character. So Elden Ring is coming up here, Twitch chat. But before that happens, it's definitely break time. I'm going to refill the leg, stretch the water, grab a quick snack here. When I return, we begin a new journey in the lands between. I guess I'll leave you... the Spire music's more ambient for a break. Will there actually be spoilers for the DLC in today's stream? Nothing in the stream content itself is going to be a DLC spoiler. However, I will be welcoming lore discussion in Twitch chat about the lore of Elden Ring. So people will be talking about some of the mythology and the background and the details of the characters. And I think it's quite likely that at some point someone will spoil some details of the DLC in the chat room. That just seems like a near inevitability. To expect otherwise would be a losing battle. So beware spoilers from chat. I won't be spoiling any DLC content until we actually reach the DLC, which will be several days in. And yes, most of our moderators won't know what's a spoiler and what's not exactly, since they won't have, played the Elden Ring DLC. I won't either. All right, Twitch chat, I'm going to take a quick break. When I return, we're switching to Elden Ring. I'll be playing on controller. I'll be using a DualShock 5 controller for Elden Ring. So that's what I'm familiar with, is PlayStation controllers with regards to From Software games. I have other controllers that I use for other games, but we're using the DualShock for today. I'm using tilt controls. All right, I will be back in a bit, Twitch chat. For those of you who are sticking around for Elden Ring, I'll see you in a few minutes. For everybody who's headed out, don't worry. Is the DLC mid-game content? Yeah, mid to end-game content. So there'll be a lot of non-DLC stuff that we do first. All right, chat, back in a bit. All right, Twitch chat, the time is upon us. Dagra, thanks for the Prime sub and the 8 months. If you've never seen Elden Ring, then you're in for a heck of a treat here at Twitch chat. Threat Level Midnight, thanks for the Prime sub and the 17 months of support. How long will we stay at 0 deaths? That's a very good question. I'm guessing not very long. We'll see, though. We'll see how my talents do. Deathless, 100% Elden Ring playthrough go. But you're not playing the real Elden Ring, the truly difficult Elden Ring, unless you played it with the white splash screen, right? I'm already having an inferior, easier experience than before. So, welcome Twitch chat to Elden Ring. Elden Ring is the biggest, I guess you could call it, definitely the biggest, best, greatest, whatever you might want to affirm to. The latest of From Software's RPG series, a series that started way back in spirit in Kingsfield, some games I've never played, and then sort of kind of took in the current form with Demon Souls back on the PlayStation 3. Since then, we've had Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and a couple other sort of experimental pseudo-attached games, Bloodborne and Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I've played all of the aforementioned games here except for the Kingsfield ones. And of them, Elden Ring is definitely far and above my favorite. I think it's a masterful creation of world building and game challenge, and it really just comes together to something spectacular. World design goes credit to Miyazaki as well as George R.R. Martin, who was contracted to do part of the world building for Elden Ring. So there's some major fantasy acclaim that's associated with this game, and lots of high profile voice actors too. I'm planning on playing a melee focused strength and dexterity character, no spell casting. I guess a quick overview of the challenge rules that I'm going to be playing with on this run. I'm going to be operating under some self-imposed restrictions, limiting my playstyle in a couple of ways to create what I find to be a more enjoyable playstyle, personally. Rule 1. No shields of any kind. I'm not allowed to equip any shields or use them to block attacks. And Rule 2 goes hand in hand with that. No parrying of any kind. I will not be parrying any attacks in this game. Parries are a pretty fun way to sort of counter enemy attacks, leaving them open to critical strikes. They've been in the From Software RPGs from the beginning, and I have a mixed feeling about them. On one hand, they reward proper timing for the player, but on the other hand, they can also really trivialize the rest of the combat mechanics. And so I don't really like parries for that reason. So I'll be using mostly two-handed weapons. I might sometimes dual wield too. We're also forbidden from casting spells, no sorceries or incantations. No sneaking either, no crouching with R3. I am allowed to dodge. I'm allowed to block with things that aren't shields and do guard counters. But no shields, no parrying is the main, and no spells, or sort of the main restrictions I'm going to play with. We're also going to have limited leveling. That is to say, I'm not going to be able to just spend runes to level up my character, nor will I be able to upgrade my weapons as freely as I wish. Instead, my ability to level up is going to be tied to how many great runes that I have. Why no sneaking? Sneaking is for people who aren't going to win their fight straight up, and that's not going to be me. Let's see, we get to choose a starting bonus here. I think the Golden Seed's probably one of the better ones. You will eventually max out on flask charges, but it takes quite a long time, and you're sort of have a slight advantage in flask charges up to that point. Cracked pot can be fun, too. We are going to use a decent amount of consumables on this run. Let's take the Golden Seed. I'll be default Vagabond guy. I don't plan to really ever see the character's face, so I'm not going to bother investing in their appearance here. Let's start our journey in the lands between as a Vagabond.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between.
In typical FromSoft style, the intro cutscene to their game doesn't make a whole lot of sense until you've already played it. Kind of funny how they do this. Definitely get a bit of a highlight into some of the major faces and players of the world.
Is nowhere to be found.
In some of their games, these are bosses. In Elden Ring, it's more like
of the Black Knives.
Demon Souls, where we get an introduction to various NPCs we'll meet across our journey.
First to perish.
But this intro cutscene does set out some of the really important core lore
America's offspring.
of the world.
Demigods all.
There was Unity,
Named the Shah
Golden Order. Then,
of the Elden Ring.
the goddess Marika shattered the Elden Ring, and the demigods set to infighting.
The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering.
Praetor Rykard there.
A war from which no lord arose.
The game audio might be a little on the quiet side. I'll be doing a little bit of tweaking as we get it
A
properly
war
started.
Leading to abandonment by the greater will.
The greater will.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished,
Yeah, there we go. He was just being quiet.
who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
The ears. Got so many ears, man.
and one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
Some rando. AKA me.
Cross the fog to the lands between.
Could never make anything of the FromSoft stories, they're so ambiguous. You might like this playthrough then,
Before the Elden Ring.
as we're going to be doing our best to make some sense of the story in the world that we're finding ourselves in.
And become the Elden Lord.
FromSoft are a big fan of show, don't tell with regards to storytelling. So you're not necessarily given narration and outright statements with regards to things. Oh, there's the Ring of Miquella. Good. Got it. Excellent. Imperative that this happen right now. Yeah. Best addition to the game. Good. Good. Good times. Alright. Lose the shield. Not that. Here. We have a halberd and a longsword to start with. And a pretty good set of armor. I'd say Vagabond is a relatively powerful starting character class. We start at a decent level, level 9, with pretty decently min-maxed stats. We've got low intelligence, faith, arcane, high physical stats. That makes this character really good at direct combat right from the get-go. I am playing offline, yes. I'm going to be doing this entire playthrough offline. I did my first playthrough of Elden Ring online, and it was really cool to see, actually, with all the bloodstains and this gigantic open world of which every inch is covered in messages. Unfortunately, about half of those messages were some variation of try-finger butthole. And so I don't really want to read any more of those messages. So I'm playing offline, and will do so for the whole playthrough. It also prevents me from being spoiled in the DLC areas. I won't get any tips from messages or bloodstains or anything like that. I'll be doing it as blind as I can, so I can be truly surprised, and so that I do, in fact, miss stuff. So we start out our game here in the Chapel of Anticipation. Can't see a whole lot. There's this sort of shrouded landscape, and of course the ever-brilliant Erd Tree shines above us. The dominant site of Elden Ring and the center of the game world. It's really, really beautifully done, this game in general. So we get a sort of little opening tutorial area in typical FromSoft style. Sort of a persistent theme in their games, actually. The very first combat that you're put into is one that you are absolutely meant to lose. Sort of setting the tone for the game of failure, struggle, and trying again. And this definitely goes back at least all the way to Demon Souls, where you are absolutely unequivocally killed at the start of the game by being put into an arena with a giant demon thing that slaughters you, and if you somehow do manage to beat it, you get to fight an even bigger, angrier demon, which will kill you instantly. In this game, we face the Grafted Scion, who is very freaky looking, and very hard to beat at the very start here. They're probably not going to do so well. You can beat this thing, but it's tough. It's really tough. Don't have any expectations that I will do so. Yeah, there we go. Why he's so mad? Indeed. So there's a splash. I think there's supposed to be a cutscene there. We didn't see anything, though. And we awaken somewhere else. That one doesn't actually count as a death, I don't believe, for the game file. The death counter on screen here should be automatically read from the game file, so it'll automatically update. Nobody has to do the menial labor of keeping it updated. course.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on his side. We found him here, after all.
Is this a dog?
One of his kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring. Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
Title drop. And we awaken in a cave. Lit by an illusory tree. Here we get our flask of Crimson Tears and Cerulean Tears, used for healing ourselves. Originally created as Estus flasks for Dark Souls. The Flask of Tears is a replenishing healing thing. Every time we die or rest at a site of grace, we get these back. The original envisionment of these is to sort of answer the ultimate consumables healing problem, or healing potion problem in RPGs, which is that players tend to either stockpile their healing potions for some nebulous future time they might need them, but never actually use them, or they overuse them and then run out completely and then are kind of stuck without any. By giving you a fixed supply that is constantly able to be replenished, the player doesn't have to worry about stockpiling or conserving their healing resource. They can just be kind of free and loose with it and use heals as needed. I really like that design decision they made back in Dark Souls. It's held up quite well. So there's sort of a little tutorial cave that we're allowed to go to. We're not going to bother with the tutorial. We're going to head straight out into Elden Ring's open world here. There's often descriptions to items and gear. I will be reading lots of the item descriptions in this game. Let's check out a couple for our armor here. We're a vagabond knight. What does this say? Helm of a knight banished from their motherland. Dirty and battered after enduring a lengthy vagabond journey. Presumably to the lands between. The visor is broken. The crest emblazoned on the front is worn and dingy, no longer able to evoke sentiment. Cool. So here we find our first site of grace. These are identical in function to bonfires from the Dark Souls series. They serve as points of rest and waypoints as we explore more on the map and unlock sites. Grace will be able to use them to teleport to. You can also eventually level up at them and do a few other things. Do I have a storage thing yet? I have one golden seed, so we can add us charge the flask of Crimson Tears. That's nice. And yes, we can put stuff in the chest. Put the shield away forever. Please and thank you. Well, that's right. That's where we find the Furled Finger, which we can use for multiplayer. But we're playing offline, so that'll never be used. I put that in the chest, actually. No. Okay. But yeah, there's an option to highlight new stuff. Where is that? There it is. I really like this moment after you come up through the elevator. out into the mausoleum, you get your first proper glimpse of the lands between and the game world that awaits you here in Elden Ring. Definitely remember, I've played this game a few times, so I've seen this game before, but it's still a absolutely breathtaking sight as you come out into Limgrave here. With the castle on the left, this huge broken bridge connecting sort of to the gigantic Erd tree. So much landscape stretches out before us. So many details and bits of thing that you can see from here. The world of Elden Ring follows a couple of rules. These rules are never actually told to the player outright, but nevertheless, the game follows these rules pretty diligently, with very, very few exceptions. Rule number 1. If you can see somewhere with any level of detail, that means you can go there. So everything that we can see that is a distinct shape of any kind is a place in the game world that we can eventually visit. When the game is communicating inaccessible terrain to the player, you will see only water or indistinct sheer cliffs of rock. Anything other than that can be explored. Oh, these shipwrecks can't be, though. Those are one of the few things that breaks the rules, is those shipwrecks out in the water, as you can't swim in this game. Water is a hard boundary for the player. And already we can see some pretty interesting things here. And if we understand the rules of the world, then we can understand some places we can already go. We've got not one, but 2 giant towers in the foreground here. One just above my head, sort of visible beyond the bridge. One at the very end of the bridge. Actually, another one here. 3 towers. There's a mausoleum-looking thing off in the distance. We can definitely go over there. And if you peer through the fog towards sort of the end of my sword tip here, you can see at the very tip of that mountain, there's a sort of distinct shape, kind of like a giant bowl, almost, right at the very peak of the mountain. We can go there, too. The guidance of grace. Grace exists to guide the tarnished and lead them along the proper path. Even now, some sites of grace retain that power. So we're a tarnished, guided by grace. I think that means we're born without a fate. I think that's what tarnished are. Only the tarnished can see the grace, and the grace leads us towards a destiny of sorts. In Elden Ring, grace sites will occasionally point us in a particular direction, trying to lead us towards a destiny of sorts. It's not as straightforward as it might appear, though. Graces can point in different directions of the map. It's not all the graces point towards one thing, but rather they each guide us sort of towards some of the key steps we might need to take. Hello, fellow.
Oh, yes. Tarnished, are we?
That's what I was explaining.
Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring? Hmm? Of course you have. No shame in it.
I'm not a shameful guy.
Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless.
What?
Without guidance, without the strength
How
of
dare you?
wounds, and without an invitation to the round table hold, you are fated, it seems, to
Do you think I need to up the
in
voice volume?
obscurity.
Let me see if I can tweak that real quick. Yeah.
Luckily for you, however, there is one
a bit better.
shining ray of hope for even the maidenless. Me, Vare. Take care to listen. Are you familiar with grace? The golden light that gives life to you tarnished.
You mean that thing right there?
You may also behold its golden rays, pointing in a particular direction at times. That is the guidance of grace, a path that a tarnished must travel. Indeed. Grace's guidance holds the answers. It will lead you tarnished to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your
Why do I sense
grave.
condescension in your tone?
Grace's guidance will reveal the path forward, most certainly. To Castle Stormvale,
Right there.
over on the cliff, the home of the decrepit demigod, Godric the Grafted.
Am I going to have a death counter? You mean this thing right here? It's right there.
It's time you set off, I should think. To Castle Stormvale on the cliff, where Grace would guide you. If you seek the Elden Ring, maidenless as you are.
I will not stand for your slander, sir. You've spoken fighting words to me. So it's fighting time.
Oh, you even very well. If you mistake kindness for frailty of heart, then perhaps a more physical lesson is in order.
Are you so dodgy? No hiding in the bushes for you. There we go.
Maidenless run.
That's what you get for calling me. But you, one last time. All right. You think I am? That's what you get, sir. How's it going, Guardian of Mjolnir? We're playing as a vagabond to start. That'll teach him. That'll teach him all. Get our small golden effigy here, another multiplayer item. It'll just sit in our inventory for a while. So one of the things that really sets Elden Ring, and I would say From Software RPGs in general, apart from other games, especially other RPGs or action RPGs, is the nature of the combat. It's a little hard to describe without having played it yourself, but From Software games tend to be on just a whole separate level when it comes to responsiveness. How quickly your character leaps into action when you issue a command, how fluidly they move, how tightly your animation corresponds to where your swing lands. I really feel like From Software is kind of unparalleled in these regards, and it really creates a very a tight feeling to the combat that makes it really responsive. Really, really enjoy how the combat feels out. There's quite a few options that you have in combat, and here at the start here, I want to just sort of briefly go over the different control options that you have in Elden Ring, because whether you're a newbie to Elden Ring or a veteran from other From Software games, you might not be fully aware of what input options are available in Elden Ring, because they've added a couple different ones that have changed. When it comes to attacks, right off the bat, on the shoulder button, we have light attack for our weapon, quick successive attacks, and then R2 is the heavy attack. In previous games, like Dark Souls especially, spamming R1 or light attacks is sort of the way to go. But I would say in general, in Elden Ring, they've done a big amount to improve the power of your heavy attacks. It was almost a rule of thumb in prior games that R1 spam was the way to go. But in Elden Ring, I think heavy attacks have much more of a purpose, and that's because of the introduction of the stagger mechanic. Enemies who get hit enough times in quick succession will be staggered and open to a critical attack. Light attacks do far less stagger damage than heavy attacks, and so heavy attacks, especially against bigger targets, are often the better move. In addition to that, you can hold R2 to perform a charged heavy attack, which is a bit slower, but inflicts even yet more dramatically improved damage and stagger damage. And there's some additional modifiers you can stack on that. This wasn't an option in Dark Souls 1. I don't think Dark Souls 2 either. I know charged attacks were in Bloodborne, and I think maybe Dark Souls 3 as well. We can also jump with the, by default, X button, I think. And we can do both light and heavy attacks while jumping, which are quite powerful. Jumping is new to the series as of Sekiro. So if you haven't played Sekiro, you might be unfamiliar with jumping as a core combat ability. Jumping ends up being pretty relevant for a lot of the fights in this game too, because there are things like ground slams or shockwaves that you can much more easily jump over versus dodging with the dodge roll. On the opposite shoulder buttons, we have block on L1, and then L2 is a weapon art, or Ash of War it's called. Every weapon has a different skill, in this case, square off, which allows us to do sort of a stance pose that we can then do a couple different attacks out of. Using your weapon art consumes the blue meter, the focus points, I think they're called, FP, in this game. And I think one big newbie mistake in Elden Ring is not using the blue meter, not making use of your Ash of War or any type of FP-consuming skill. General rule of thumb, heavy attacks are better than light attacks, and Art of War is better than a heavy attack in terms of good ways to utilize the damage window on an enemy. Let's see, what else? We've got our dodge roll, of course. We have our quick items. We can cycle through several quick items. We also have a pouch with which we can assign specific items to access items more quickly. In previous games, you were forced to... Let's put this on the side here. Previous games, you were forced to put your healing flask in one of your quick item slots and then cycle back to it every time you needed it. Now we have 4 different items that we can use in the pouch here, accessed through a contextual menu by pressing the X button, and then I can just quickly use a flask from here of either type without having to cycle through. I like to put my Steed Whistle, my 2 different healing flasks, and the flask of Wondrous Physic on there, and then I'll be using consumables on the quick item slots. Let's see, any other basic inputs that are combat options? Oh yeah, we can equip our weapon in 2 hands or offhand our weapon with the same contextual menu. By holding down the X button and then pressing a shoulder bumper, I can toggle between having 1 or 2 hands on the sword, and pressing the other shoulder button will equip my offhand weapon in 2 hands if I have one. So for example, if I put the halberd here, no, not there, here, I can easily switch between 2-handing the halberd or 2-handing the sword at my discretion, so we can sort of have 2 different weapons that are quickly accessible. And yeah, we're going to be playing a while before we get to anything in the DLC. One of the first things that we see here is this gigantic tree sentinel, big man on horse with a big shield. He is a very difficult boss, at least at the very start of the game. And another sort of a clear message from Software, which to the player, which is that oftentimes the path of least resistance is not straight ahead, but rather around. You're more than welcome to spend your first 4 to 6 hours fighting this guy if you want to at the start of a playthrough, but I don't recommend it, not really. Surely you can do it, they say. Now we're going to go around and get at least a few of the basic things first. This guy's tough. Yeah, he's meant to teach you the value of just running past. Not everyone accepts the lesson, but it is a lesson. We'll be back for him pretty soon. Hello, friend.
You're a tarnished. I can see it. And I can also see that you're not after my throat. Then why not purchase a little something? I am Kale,
Santa.
purveyor of
Kale
fine
Santa
goods.
Claus. What's up
I
about
am
you?
of a nomadic people, selling wares as I travel. The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer.
So one of many nomadic merchants. Seems things are tough since the Elden Ring was shattered. And Tarnished are now the only customers available. Seems like we're pretty fickle customers. Perhaps as likely to murder the merchant as we are to buy things. What's your recommendation?
You know, if you can spare the runes, you should buy yourself a crafting kit. A crafting kit allows you to make basic items on your own. Essential, really, if you intend to survive out here for any duration.
Yeah, we're gonna need
The
that.
kit costs a bundle, and I admit I do take my cut. But the important thing is that you survive. Every customer counts, after all.
So he sells quite a few things. We definitely want to get the crafting kit here. This is actually, I think, the only place in the game you can get it. Oddly easy to miss, as are a few things that are very, very important here in Limgrave. But yeah, you can totally just walk past this place and totally miss that.
I'm glad you took my warning to heart. You've made an excellent choice.
I think they did a pretty good job with crafting. By making crafting the way that you get most of the consumables in the game. And there's quite a few really good consumables in this game. I think they did a really good job with stuff like throwing knives and fire potions. Fire pots, rather. In previous games, those were in pretty limited supply and often ended up useless by the end of the game. In Elden Ring, most consumables scale with one or more stats. Often strength and dex, and that's why this character, who's going to be using both of those stats aplenty, will find a lot of benefit there. Moving further down the road, we see a couple of soldiers with torches, clearly looking for something. Searching. A quick little tip, by the way, when you kill an enemy, they will give you some souls, or no, not souls, runes they're called. Actually, my runes are obscured. Hold on. I was thinking I don't want to block any interface elements. 1 second. Let's fix our setup just a bit. Hey. Can't do that. Okay, now you can see my runes. So enemies will have a little burst of runes that they give when they die. If you see an additional flash when the enemy dies, it means they dropped an item. You actually can tell immediately when an enemy perishes if their corpse will have an item or not. See that flash there? That means it drops something. Thin Beast Bones. Just a little bit of a subtle visual indicator that the game doesn't state outright. That loud clang sound you hear is when an enemy gets stance broken, leaving them vulnerable to a critical hit. Do enough stagger damage, and you get to hear that sound, followed by your chance to do lots of damage. Landscape really is beautiful. Oh, so I mentioned, by the way, rules that the game world follows. The first rule was, if you can see it, then you can go there. Second rule is, if you find a treasure somewhere, then like a weapon. Specifically, we're talking a weapon, a spell, a trinket, or armor. That item is not going to be found anywhere else in the game world. Almost all of the treasures found throughout the game are unique in their placement. So there's lots of things scattered around the early game area that you will not find anywhere else in the game. And those two core rules of the world create a really enjoyable exploring experience. Because you never know what you're going to find around the next corner. Whether there'll be a cool weapon or something. What have we found here, by the way? There's this chunk of rock that we're standing on. It's almost like an ancient building or something. A ruin. But it's not placed in any logical way. It's sunken deep into the ground. Like it's been here a very long time. Let's see, what did the rune fragment we just picked up say? Stone fragment found near places where ruins have fallen from the sky. These shards of stone are believed to have once been part of a temple in the sky. They glow with a faint light from within. So this chunk of temple came from somewhere above and fell here. Now we have some kind of ruins with lots of soldiers in them. This was the area for, I think, the Elden Ring network test. This is one of the first, I think, finalized areas that they had for the game. And I really like the design of this sort of encounter. We've got a whole bunch of soldiers all over the place, sort of patrolling, guarding. There's an armored knight in the middle. Lots of enemies to fight. Lots of cool stuff to find in here. Just a really well little designed sub-area. And there's a message here. Note, we're playing in offline mode, so if I see a message on the ground, that means it's a developer message that will always appear. A chamber lies under the ruins, it says. Oh, actually, I didn't realize there was this message here directing the player to the little loot area. It's kind of cool. Brick face. Yeah, some of them have horns, too. They'll summon reinforcements. Use you. No. We see these wagon cart things at various places in the world. They almost always have a chest with some loot attached, and there's a couple really nice ones here at the start. Including a very nice early weapon. The Lord Sorn's Greatsword is a very good early weapon. This thing has a critical modifier of 110, meaning it does additional damage if you perform a critical with it. It's after an enemy is staggered. It's just got really good base stats in general. We're able to equip it right away thanks to our character class with 2 hands. Let's see here. This guy next. That's a critical attack. That poor guy. Oh, no, you don't. See, we have friends here. Oofta. That's not quite what I meant to do. Take out the armored guy first. Greatsword. This is also where we get the first stage of the map. You can see the world in detail. Really like the map that they did for Elden Ring. It's a hand-drawn 2D representation, or at least I think hand-drawn. They might have taken a digital image of the game world vertically and then sort of put a filter over it, perhaps with some adjustments. But in any case, it very accurately represents the game world as seen from above, including revealing many points of interest. And you can find a lot of very cool things in the game world just by closely examining the map they gave you. Lots of things have some sort of indication, including some really important ones here. Tunnels, marked by this little icon here, are very good sources of upgrade materials. Other structures can be seen from above, like this one. And you can get some really good progress just by examining interesting looking points at various points on the map. Alright, we haven't gotten everything that's around here yet. It's told to seek the below and the ruins. Excuse you. So for reference, the Fallen Castle chunk that we just saw is this one here. In the forest. And we can see the ruins that we're currently in represented here. So here's a little way down. Staircase. And a door. I was definitely hoping for more when I first opened this in my first playthrough. I think one of the areas the game really could dramatically improve on is these often identical, just little square rooms with a treasure chest in them. Seems like there could have been a lot of room to do sort of miniature dungeons beneath various locations in the game, but these are sort of copy-pasted in a way that I think is not all that interesting. There are definitely points in this game where it feels like there's filler content or trash mobs, or otherwise duplicated efforts. I think that's kind of inevitable when you make a game of this scale or an open world game like this. You have to have some amount of conservation of effort, because it's near impossible to make a game that's both massively huge and incredibly detailed at every stage. I also don't begrudge the moments where Elden Ring is a little bit less detailed or uninteresting, because it's pretty clear after playing through it where the attention to detail did go. There's plenty of it. Let's see. Got some grace over here. Grab a couple points of grace. Oh wait, I didn't grab the other thing in there. Definitely forgot an item too. Yes, there are 2 carriages here. I absolutely missed this item on my first playthrough, and I was very sad when I learned what it was. It's a flail. Not a lot of games add flails as a weapon type, and this is the first FromSoft game where flails have been a thing. Definitely a fan of the old school medieval weaponry, so flails are really neat, I think. And they serve a pretty cool role in Elden Ring, which is that they are a bludgeoning weapon that scales with a dexterity stat, so that you have a striking option for dex-based characters. I don't love the animations and hitboxes that go with flails. They're a little janky, definitely. I mean, it's a flail. It's going to be janky. And I love that you can spin it. Silly. I don't think they're amazing weapons, but I'm just really happy that this game has flails at all. I'm hoping we see some cool new flails in the DLC. How's it going, Clutch Alpha? Hope everyone's doing well, indeed. So there's lots to see and do in Limgrave here. I think I'm going to go say hi to Margit first, though. Just feels appropriate. Hello. This is definitely going on YouTube. Yes, 100%.
Greetings,
Greetings.
traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina.
Hello, Melina.
I offer you an accord.
Sweet. I'll get around way faster with a car.
Have you heard of the Finger Maidens?
Don't think I have.
They serve the Two Fingers, offering guidance and aid to the Tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless.
You take that back or I'm going to gut you too.
I can play the role of maiden,
Oh, okay, hold on.
turning runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring.
Accept.
You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erd Tree.
So, Melina appears, asks that we bring her to the base of the Erd Tree, which is pretty far away from here. In return, she offers us the ability to level up. You can refuse her, but it's going to be a pretty hard playthrough without it. This is kind of a but thou must. Kind of.
Then it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength. Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring.
This key ring to a new car?
Use it to traverse great
Yes, the key
distances.
ring.
It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. Treat him with respect.
You got it. Let's put Torrent on our quick slot here. Find a brand new car. Hey, this isn't a car. Where's my Accord? Damn it. Well, now we have Torrent, the spectral steed, who we can summon at any time. I really like what they did with Torrent in this game. I've seen a lot of RPGs that have horses or some kind of mount, and Elden Ring really one-ups all of them. For one, it's a spectral horse, which allows them to do some hand-waving that really just makes for ultimate convenience, or a more consistently good experience for the player. So we whistle for Torrent, and Torrent just appears under us. If you've played The Witcher or similar RPGs where you can summon your horse, you might be familiar with the experience of your horse getting stuck on terrain while trying to reach you. An issue that was entirely sidestepped by just having the horse appear or disappear in a lore-fitting way in this game, as needed. So no worries about, Roach getting stuck in a stream or something. Why is my horse on a house? Kind of thing. And that's cool and all. We got a double jump as well. That's kind of cool. The horse controls pretty well, feels pretty good. But what really blows me away about Elden Ring, that I'm going to give a huge shout out here, is the mounted, just like the sheer amount of things you can do from horseback. We can attack with our weapons from horseback. We've got a light attack and a heavy attack with R1 and R2. Instead of blocking and Ash of War, instead the opposite shoulder buttons are now assigned to attacking off the other side of the horse. We have a dedicated button for attack left and attack right off horseback, which is very cool. and makes it very convenient to engage with enemies, no matter sort of what side you're on. But in addition to that, from horseback, we can pick up items, we can use consumable items, we can change equipment, we can attack with a bow, we can cast spells. I can't think of... I've played video games for almost 30 years. I cannot think of any other video game that has mounts where you can do all of those things. Not even one. Barring maybe something that was made before 3D graphics even existed. It's genuinely the best mounted combat I've ever seen in a video game. And that's not to say that the mounted combat is perfect, but rather to say that mounted combat is so hard to do as a video gaming. It was kind of like a golden goose that nobody could actually do correctly. This is the first game where it's actually good. Yeah, Skyrim kind of. I don't think you can fight from horseback on Skyrim. You definitely can't pick up items from horseback in Skyrim. Don't think you can cast spells from horseback in Skyrim. It's just really well done. My biggest complaint about Torrent and mounted combat in Elden Ring is that if you are hit while mounted, Torrent will flinch backwards, regardless of where the source of the damage was. So if you try to run away from an enemy on Torrent and they hit you in the back, Torrent will flinch backwards into the enemy, which is really annoying. But that's kind of it. Oh yeah, also in combat, both us and the horse have a separate health total and a separate hitbox. So attacks can hit us, the horse, or both, which is also very, very cool. It's just really well done. That is my rant about horses in Elden Ring. So, I am limited in how much I can level up. This is a self-imposed rule for this playthrough. Here at the start, we're going to be maxed at level 10. I'm going to put 1 point in strength. To get more max level, I have to acquire great runes of some fashion or another. Each great rune or mending rune that we can find will increase our level cap by 10. How viable is playing as mounted archer? I think it's a pretty effective playstyle. There are certain areas of the game world where you will not be able to be mounted. In what we call legacy dungeons, where the rules of the game world change a little bit. And most boss fights, you also can't use the horse. But I think mounted archer would work well on many enemy types. Hello. Some steeper resistance as we approach Stormvale Castle here. Whoops. Oh boy. Oh no. That's right, kill him for me. Blocks her. Okay, not quite what I meant, but I'll take it. Excuse you. Oh. I think we're back. We back. Welcome back, Twitch chat. Had a brief interruption there to my stram, but we're back. We back. I did indeed not die. When I noticed that our frames were dropping, I ran away from the troll. So I will fight them again. Nervous Glitch, thanks for the Prime sub and the 11 months of support. Thank you, thank you. Let's have a proper rematch. Oh no. Please stop shooting at me. Close enough. Little guy left. Using the charged R2 here to stagger him again quickly. Yeah. Control falls. What causes the stagger? So the stagger is... stagger builds up anytime the enemy takes damage, with the exact amount of stagger depending on the type of hit. Generally, hits from bigger weapons inflict more stagger. You do more stagger if your weapon's being held in two hands. You do more stagger if your attack is a heavy attack, or better yet, a charged heavy attack. Whoops. That's right. What's my weapon art? Oh yeah, I've got stamp upward cut. Okay. Remember to use my weapon art a bit more. We have an idea for a type of build I want to follow. Exclamation point build for a full breakdown of the rules that I'm using and the build that I'll follow. Quick TLDR though is that we're doing a quality build. Lots of strength, lots of dex, no spells, all melee usually. Tiny little tree. Golden seed. What does the game say about the golden seeds? The golden seed found at the base of an illusory tree. When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erd tree, scattering across the various lands, as if life itself knew that its end had come. Cool. Definitely lots of... Again, you can go any direction, explore anywhere. There's so many different ways to go. We're going to follow the main road for now. So do we reassemble the ring? Basically, yes. Yeah, the ring was shattered into fragments called Great Runes. And the Elden Ring can be reforged. Although stamp upward cut might work okay here, actually. Yeah. Sweet. These dogs are kind of annoying because they lunge at you quickly. They interrupt your attempt to attack them. Best to block and counterattack. Or do some similarly uninterruptible move. There's obviously Grace up here. Not just Grace. Names enjoy starting with the letter M? No, it's better. So we've got Godric, Godfrey, Morgot, Millennia, Melina, Moog. Yes, and there's some G's and M's too, but all of the characters in the mythology of this game start with a G, an R, or an M. Who do you think was responsible for naming these characters? Yeah, I only learned about that pretty recently, actually. I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, he literally, George R. R. Martin literally put his initials into the game through the game's mythology. We can talk to Melina here at Stormhill Shack. Frequently at Sites of Grace, we'll have a chance to get a bit of blit from her. What's up, Melina?
This tiny golden aura is the grace of the Erd Tree.
This thing we're sitting at.
This light once shone in the eyes of your tarnished brethren, but now it is all that guides you. Or so I hear. You can see them, can't you? The rays of grace that guide you through your burden.
There's lots of other names in Elden Ring, just to be clear, but all of the names of the demigods, everyone who is related to Marika, is a G, an R, or an M.
Upon the cliff in Castle Stormvale is a shard-bearer.
Shard-bearer,
demigod
yeah.
Who inherited a fragment of the shattered Elden Ring. If the rays of grace signal the castle,
We must collect the shards.
then the Elden Ring beckons you. As an ally by pact, I pray that you are fit to face the challenge presented by the ring.
So we're seeing the golden light of grace because the Elden Ring itself has determined that we are worthy of seeking it. There's a lady here.
Everyone's been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken. Their legs taken. Even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider. Did you know, if you're grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid?
Sounds pleasant.
It's quite a lark when you think about it. You're all on your own, are you? And heading to Stormvale Castle? Enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose?
She speaks of Var.
Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas in a pod. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off. Or legs. Or your head.
It's not that bad.
I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven.
How's it going, Carl Sagan? Thanks for 3 months of support. I don't know if I'd say I have a favorite weapon.
Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you?
Purite jellyfish ashes.
The poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little one.
All right. Need a spirit calling bell to summon those. We're not going to be doing any spirit calling in this playthrough.
It was a pleasure to see you. Oh, can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle,
Right, thanks for the Prime sub.
tell them I love them. And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know?
And a dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Virtual256. What do you call a tuna who is jealous? A jellyfish. Are we allowed to use Mimic Tears? No, we're not going to be using any kinds
It
of
was a
Spirit
pleasure to
Ashes
see you.
in this
Oh.
playthrough.
Can you pass on a tell them I love them? I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know?
Roderica here is one of many NPCs we can sort of follow with the storyline of in Elden Ring. Her role in the game mechanically, though, is to upgrade Spirit Ashes, which are an item that we are not going to be using at all. So I'm going to kill her.
You're willing
Oh,
to
you
make
can't.
me a chrysalid,
Didn't actually know that.
but I'm still a milksop craven. I can't even govern myself to step beyond the bounds of this ward. Please. You're only wasting your strength.
Well, then I'll see you in the Round Table Hold, I guess.
It was a pleasure to... Oh, tell them I love that I'm finally getting the hang of...
All right, that's fine. Try harder. Wing.
I know how you must feel, but please, I'm not ready. Or are you like me? You're so far out of
I've
your
gone
mind
hollow.
with fear. You've divested yourself of all reason.
Never heard that dialogue, at least, so that's kind of cool. It was a pleasure to meet you, she says. I keep going up. Getting more powers. Only going to make the upcoming fight more unfair. Get some armor. Enemies often have random chance to drop some stuff, frequently weapons or equipment that they're wielding. I think one of the coolest things about the Souls games in general, something that's been in the series since the very beginning, is that if you see an enemy with a cool weapon or armor, almost inevitably you too can acquire that exact weapon or armor set for yourself to do a sort of cosplay of your own, often with the weapon including the special move that the enemy does. So you can really duplicate them if you want. First little scarab there. The Wild Strike Sashawar is pretty good, actually. I might use that coming up. Whoa! That's right. They do not want me going that way. But I rarely take no for an answer. Worked out, actually. They got hit. Do that again. No, not like that. Whoops. Well, there's our first death. The cannonballs. Thankfully, there was a Stake of Marika. Let's see if that updates correctly. Should take a few seconds to update. Death. If not, then I need to tweak it. Let me check. Ah, there we go. Okay, sweet. Excellent. Deathless run incoming. Let's go. Okay, I'll try not to get hit by a cannonball this time. So yes, you lose all your runes when you die. They are placed in a pile that you can then pick up to get your runes back. Lose you. Losing all of your runes, especially if you're relatively new at the game, is an inevitable experience in Elden Ring. It's going to happen more than a few times. Excuse you. How dare you? Health bar is the red bar on the top right. Or, sorry, top left. Excuse me. That one. We also have blue for focus points, or mana points, whatever you want to call them. Magic blue. It's the blue thing. It's magic points. All right, we have the Castleward Tunnel. We're almost to the gates of Stormvale Castle. Go back and spend some of these runes that we have with Merchant Kale.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word?
Hey. Oh. I see you wish to speak with me.
A pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell of a Tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk, I surmise, is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent.
So what we're looking at here is a doll being possessed by someone. She's got 4 hands. That's part of the doll. With they've got like woven ropes connecting them to her arms. Her face is split. There's the doll's face, and then half overlapping it is a spectral version of her same face. This is Ranni the Witch. She's shed her corporeal form for reasons we'll discover later. In this initial meeting, I'm actually going to tell her that I cannot call the spectral steed. I do not want the item she's going to give me.
Trifle not with me, Tarnished.
But we can get,
Didst thou merely forget the
can deal with
name
her
of
later.
the spectral steed thou callest?
It's fine. I don't need to enter into your service. What do you mean I can't rest at sites of grace right now? Are you going to leave or what? I talk to you again.
I will ask thee again. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spect...
Nope.
Quite the wise in a way. The lands between are home to lies and cheats aplenty. Perhaps thine ample mistrust will be to thy benefit. I shall leave this for thee, at the behest of Torrent's former master. Take it, shouldst thou overcome thy suspicion.
Cool. And then I think this is the item I don't want, so I'm going to leave that on the ground there. And yeah, it'll show up at the Bell Maidens later, which I still won't buy. That's the item that lets us use the Spirit
I'm
Ashes.
searching for my purpose, given to me by my mother inside the Erd Tree, long ago, for the reason that I yet live, burned and bodiless. There is something for which I must apologize. I've acted the Finger Maiden, yet can offer no guidance. I am no maiden. My purpose was long ago lost.
Yeah, the Spirit Ashes they're kind of like summons. Effectively a way to let you do multiplayer without having to do multiplayer. But I don't like the vibe. I don't like the way that they look. I don't like how bosses behave when there's more than one target available. I just like the feeling of loneliness and desolation you get with exploring this game world. By avoiding the item that lets us summon Spirit Ashes, I believe I also prevent the icon that indicates your ability to summon spirit ashes from ever appearing on the screen, which is my goal here, is to just avoid having an icon I don't want. Kale?
Wait, weren't you... Well, you're back. Care to buy something?
Let's buy some stuff. Cookbooks. Give us crafting recipes. I'll definitely buy all of your cookbooks. And all of your cracked pots, which we could use to make fire bombs and stuff. And give me a few throwing daggers, too. We'll come back for throwing daggers pretty often.
Nice to do business.
I've got a few kukri, too. Nice. There's a summon sign here for Sorcerer Roger. We're not going to use that. I do need to make a few more tweaks, though. One, we want a few more healing flask. Is this game that hard as to be inaccessible? No, I think this is actually one of the most accessible From Software games. This game is definitely not for everybody. This game is definitely quite challenging. But the player has so many options that there are definitely ways to make almost any playstyle work, and there are ways to make the game a lot easier on yourself if that's what you want. It's also possible to outlevel and outscale much of the content in the game, so simply by just accumulating power for your character, you can make the game a lot easier that way. Yeah, we're gonna use Ash War. Give me Wild Strikes. Not the same damage either way. All right. Stormvale Castle lies just ahead. Surely there's no more obstacles in our path, right?
Foul tarnished.
Oh.
In search of the Elden Ring.
This is a conjured illusion.
Emboldened by the flame
By this
of
man.
ambition.
He's got weird, gross horns on him because he's cursed. What we call an omen. And he is here to make sure no tarnished get to Stormvale Castle.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
I think a really brilliantly designed boss.
Be Margit the
Margit,
Fell.
he introduces himself as. And he is here as a gatekeeper. His sole purpose, to prevent players of insufficient skill from reaching Stormvale Castle. And I think they did a pretty good job with him. He's got some interesting attack timings. Lots of very slow, delayed attacks with his staff that I believe are meant to specifically punish players who have muscle memory from previous Dark Souls games. I'm quite sure of it. They designed this guy specifically to mess with people who are very good at their own games. He's quite good at it. Ow.
Foolish ambitions to rest.
Talking. And I've been put to rest by Margit. The stick. Set deaths to 2. So let's see. This should automatically update this time. I don't have to tweak it. Yeah, there it goes. Sweet. Cool. But yeah, he's built to punish panic rolling. He's built to punish uncertainty and unfamiliarity. He's really, really well done. We're taking him on here with basically no level ups and no upgrades. If you can't get past him, strongly recommend going somewhere else and getting more powerful. But if you know what you're doing, he's not too bad. Stamina there.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
The reach on that.
These foolish ambitions to
A little bit too aggro there. Play a better attempt, though. The hammer takes so long, you almost have to literally count out loud. Yeah, it's slow. It's slow. All right, Margit. That's the thing, though. The Tarnished are stubborn. Each time the Tarnished are defeated, they can just try again, eventually adapting to their enemy's tactics. Margit might have the skill and the power, but I have the stubbornness required to win here. The spears in the arena can kind of mess you up in this fight. God, yeah, that is so slow. You have time for 2 full complete rolls before that hits you. I think I've seen that attack before.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Left. Bit too quick there. Good though. Very close attempt. Is there a feel for how close they are to stagger? No. What I really liked is that in Armored Core 6, they made the stagger mechanic from this game into a visual indicator. There's actual stagger bar on the enemies. You don't get that information in Elden Ring, although there are mods to add something kind of like that. Hey, what's up, Melina?
Forgive me. I've been testing you.
No, Margit has been testing me.
Whether or not grace truly does guide you, and whether you are fit to face the challenge that entails. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hold, gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace.
Okay.
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you.
Guess we're having an interruption
For
here.
but a moment.
Got some people to talk to now. To the round table hold we go. Gathering place of the Tarnished. For Tarnished gather guided by grace. No combat on the premises. It's located outside of this world. It's interesting. Waiting for us here is, of course, Sir Gideon Ofnir, de facto leader of the Round Table Hold.
This is a rare occasion. I can't remember the last time a new Tarnished made their way to the Round Table. Very well. As your senior, I bid you welcome. It is safe here. You may let down your guard. Allow me a word of advice. As your senior, you are a mere visitor to the Round Table. Nothing more. A house guest. Yet to earn their keep. Remember your place, newcomer.
So he doesn't introduce himself yet. He just doesn't have any respect for us. Simply recognizes us as a newcomer. Kind of tells us our place here.
There's nothing left to say.
Yeah. He's like,
Be
you're
at your
welcome.
leisure.
Feel free to hang out, but we don't get any information or respect from Ofnir just yet. It's got a cool little helmet here. It almost looks like a beard that's woven into his helmet, but if you look closer, a little hard to get a close look at it, there's actually ears. His helmet is covered in the design of ears, representing his ability to hear all, to see all. Doors that won't open for us yet. Hello.
Ah, hello. You must be new here. Well, just call me Dialos.
Dialos.
The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands. By the way, have you met a young woman named Lanya on your travels? She's my
Lanya.
servant, but fickle as the wind. Take your eyes off her for but a moment and she's good as gone. If you find her, please be sure to tell me.
Yeah, love his armor design. Armor of the Volcano Manor.
Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Lanya. She's a servant to my house. She's been my companion since childhood. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to find her like this. Honestly, she's such a little tomboy. Be sure to tell me if she's a servant. She's been my... I've lost count.
Okay. Yeah. Often not an indication whether NPCs will have new dialogue or not after you talk to them. You just have to talk to them multiple times. Let's see. There's also D? No, Corin is here.
Oh, I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Round Table Hold. I'm Corin, a man of the cloth. I teach incantations, the strength granted us by the Two Fingers, and explore the secrets of the Golden Order, so that one day, if a Tarnished of the Round Table Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace.
I do it.
You do?
I do.
Wonderful news. Most Tarnished are blind to it these days. You are something of a rare breed. Well, what do you say? Care to learn an incantation of the Two Fingers?
I'm good.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
All right, that's all the introductions I think I'm going to do here for now. We've got a fell omen to fight. I want to get back to that. Did not mean to get invited to the hold at that time. Could, of course, upgrade our weapon a little bit, but who needs that? The reach, though. so early. Oops. Didn't realize he wouldn't move forward. I was waiting for him to move forward, but he didn't do it. He was too close to him. All right. Just one heavy is good enough.
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished, put these foolish ambitions to rest.
Call that a warm-up try. That's right, using my healing early means I don't have to worry about it anymore. That's right. That's right. Foolish ambitions. Does the roll have iframes? Yes. There's a brief window of iframes when you roll. It's brief, though.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
That was a good combo from him. Have you tried not having foolish ambitions? I don't understand the question.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Yeah, Morgan is both too fast and too slow. That's what makes him so oddly dangerous. He's got a mixture of fast and slow that's really hard to get used to. Stagger.
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
me? The daggers. That was a good kill. Definitely getting closer, though. We almost have. It's a very fun and close fight when you don't have any upgrades on your character. Very easy to just outscale Margit by going and doing the rest of Limgrave first, but I love the fight as it is. Almost every boss in this game, again, a standard thing for From Software games, when you use your heal, the bosses will absolutely go aggro at that moment. They'll try to punish you if you're in range for trying to heal. Is Margit easier than Godric? I think so. Godric also has weird timings that are tough to get used to.
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly
Again?
run in thy veins.
All right.
Smoldering with thy meager flame.
Bard got him.
Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
GG. He says he's not dead. Again, that was just an illusion of Margit. Or Morgott. This is his proper name. I think actually his stick is one of the few things you can't get as a weapon. Unless I'm misinformed. I don't think you can get that stick. Alright, we're gonna go back to Kale here, buy some more throwing daggers. We got lots of runes from defeating Margit. I'm not allowed to use them though. Level cap currently is 10. Okay, that item stays there, according to my own challenge rules.
Wait, well, you're back.
Let's get a lot. Oh yeah, I can use the buttons to do more. Take 200 throwing daggers, please. We're going to use those a lot.
Good.
Now, instead of progressing directly into Stormvale Castle, I do want to spend a lot of time exploring Limgrave, getting some of the basic stuff. We are going to need to get Godric the Grafted's Great Rune in order to get more levels, but that can wait. We should be able to, with what we have, handle most of Limgrave. Lots of cool stuff to do here, but I think first priority is going to be get a better weapon.
Oi! You there. Could you help us out, Cully? You? Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you can't see me.
I can't see you. I can hear you. No?
Why won't anyone look me in the eye? I'm not that ugly, am I?
Wait, I'm here somewhere. What was this one? Stop pretending!
Oi!
Yeah, okay, there we go. I guess I must have missed him.
What you do that for?
Hello, critter.
Oh, yes. I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Bok. I was pushed out of the cave. Told not to come back. Not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really.
Burt Russell, thanks for 3 months.
Oh.
Support.
What a shame. When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned. And so this is all I have to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me.
10 mushrooms. Those are useful.
Well, if you can afford to wait for a while, I could sneak back into the cave and bring back something of actual value. Then I'd be of some real use to you, I reckon. Right, but I'll need a moment. I'm frightened of them, so I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking, just thinking about that god-awful cave on the shore.
Cave on the shore, huh? We'll have to go looking for that. Trolls hauling a wagon. The procession in tow. Time for some mounted combat. Whoa. It's unlocked. No. Dismounted and crit. I think I'm actually better off maybe not being on horseback. Torrent does get kind of stun locked. There's no way to get iframes on Torrent, so if you get chain hit by enemies, you'll die pretty quick. Sweater Kittens, thanks for the 14 months of support. Oh yeah, that guy. We'll be back for that guy soon, actually. Probably could be starting at a closer race. Enemies can attack each other. Some enemies. Enemies with large AoE attacks can usually do friendly fire. Smaller enemies typically won't. Frozen raisins. Interesting. How long is the main game? My first blind playthrough of Elden Ring was 160 hours. But it's up to you, really, how much time you choose to spend. It's one of the biggest RPGs ever created, though. Definitely. This game is huge. Yeah, how's it feel? Take that. That's a lot easier. Have I tried all the starting classes? I have not. Have to stop, okay? Slash. But, huh? I thought there was an item in here. Maybe not that one? Guess not that one. Take that, horse. Yeah, there is normally an item in there, right? Hold on. That's what I thought. Oh yeah, that's where you get the great axe. Just save and quit, see if that fixes that. Not exactly planning on using Great Axe, but it would be nice to have. Oh, right, of course. Oh, it spawned over there. I saw the white of the item. You see that? It's definitely there now. Weird that it didn't spawn like that. Someone's already robbed it. Hey, here it is. Great Axe. Cool. Weird. So again, going back to the rules of the game, that is the only place in the entire game world you can find the Great Axe. There are other Great Axes, but none like that one. So if that's the one that you want, then it's the only place to get it. Pretty cool. Looks like they're investigating the fallen ruins here. Kind of like a archaeological expedition, these guys. How would I rank my skill level in Souls-likes? I could do a Rune level 1 playthrough. I usually don't. Wouldn't call myself particularly good. I can't do no-hits or no-hit runs or anything like that. I'm not usually first-trying bosses. But I'm well familiar with the series. So I've got some basic competence, you might call it. At minimum. Alright, more nerds with an exploding ballista bolt. Let's try to not for today, shall we? I want to try with DLC go fisticuffs. I heard there's an unarmed combat weapon as part of the DLC, so I think that playstyle is officially supported. Yeah. Dead Godric soldiers, and a woman by the road. Hello.
Hello? Is somebody there?
She's blind.
Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay.
Secreted?
He says it's his duty.
You mean secreted, right?
As commander.
Right?
I fear for father's life. The servants are full of wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father? At the castle, my soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe.
I'll do it.
Thank you. Dearly. Then please, take this. Deliver
Irina's
it to
letter.
my father, who remains in the castle, if you please.
Gorgeous silken handkerchief, lightly stained with blood. Words can be made out with it. Another battle camp here. Guess we'll get the items contained therein. He seems tired. Having a nap. This guy, too. Too weary to fight, even. Or at least to care about our presence. Looks like they were ambushed. These misbegotten are chopping up the bodies of the fallen. Pretty gruesome. Surprisingly aggro. much damage does a backstab do? Quite a bit. The weapon that we're using at the moment has bonus backstab damage, so it does even more than normal. Don't know how the exact amount is calculated. Ah, yes, the Morningstar. This is a very good early game weapon located here. Morningstar is a mace-type weapon or hammer-type weapon that also inflicts bleed. So it's really good as a... and it's also got low stat requirements. This is a very good early weapon. Another scarab. These used to be little lizards in other Dark Souls games. I don't know why we went with dung beetle scarabs for Elden Ring, but we did. Kind of cool. Usually gives some kind of reward. Again, unique, so that's the only place in the entire game world you get Mighty Shot is from that one scarab right there. Game that really rewards just kind of exploring the whole breadth and depth of it. Merchant. And a Site of Grace. Am I going to use the Morningstar? Probably a little bit. Won't be using the same weapon the whole time. And yes, I'm playing on PC.
Buying or selling?
What do you got? Oh, this is the guy who sells kukris. He has unlimited kukris. As well as some other cool stuff. A bastard sword is kind of an alternate to the claymore. It's pretty good. Most people prefer claymore in these games. This is the helmet we have? No, slightly different helmets. Armor. Definitely buy the cracked pot. I want the smithing stones too. Plan to make use of kukris quite a bit. Yeah, when you see a merchant that sells stuff that you're going to want to come back to and purchase on a regular basis, at least in terms of game mechanics, your best bet is to kill them. Killed merchants drop their bell bearing, which means we can purchase from their inventory at the round table hold at all times. Wait, what? Don't get on the horse. But yeah, I want to be able to buy kukris at my convenience, and that means killing this guy to get his ball bearing. Every merchant in the game, when you kill them, they drop a bell bearing that lets you access their wares at a different location. So you never get really locked out of shops. Here's the map for the Weeping Peninsula. It's Castle Morn up ahead. Good vistas here. Oh, that's right. There's a big golem guy. Go here. Oh. Definitely want to be visiting these trees. They have golden seeds at the bottom. Get more Estus Flask charges, or Flask of Tear charges. How's it going, Evolving Monkey? You're currently looking at the base game content. Back to Castle Morn in a bit. Beat the Tree Sentinel as soon as possible. We're going to go back to Tree Sentinel very shortly here. Almost ready. Those are mushrooms, right? I'm going to want lots of mushrooms in this playthrough. Make sure I grab those. having a drink. A demi-human chief or leader or something. Got a dagger. Dagger with a blood-stained blade. As blood darkened the dagger through repeated slashing and stabbing, its blade only grew sharper and harder. This dagger has bleed buildup and has a 110 crit stats. It's actually interesting. Been thinking about using a dagger as a secondary weapon in this playthrough. That one could be interesting. Oh, you're welcome, Mats. I wanted to do a fresh playthrough, excuse me. Fresh playthrough for the DLC anyway. I'm playing how I think would most enjoy the game, rather than what I think will get me the most viewers. So I'm really looking forward to this. Double daggers could be cool? Yeah, it could be. Follow the road. The flesh. The flesh is weak. The guardians here. These things are living plant guardians of the Erd Tree. They are seen near any time there's a tree, an Erd Tree nearby. Somebody asked in the stats, what's the number to the right of the plus sign? So you see the Lord Sword's greatsword here has 136 plus 26 is the attack rating. So that's the basic weapon damage that the weapon will do. The 136 is the base damage of the weapon. And the plus 26 is the additional scaling from our stats. Every weapon has stat scaling for various stats. You'll see under attribute scaling here, strength D, dex D. Those are essentially coefficient multipliers that are then translated into a letter grade. It's a little bit nebulous, so the game doesn't really tell you exactly how much scaling you get, but the idea is that you add a percentage of the weapon's attack power based on your stats that scale, and the higher the letter grade for that stat, the better that stat will scale the weapon. As we level up more, this playthrough is going to try to make good use of stat scaling, specifically strength and dexterity scaling, in equal measure, a so-called quality build. But for the first bit, we're going to be playing mostly under-leveled, quite frankly, so we don't have a whole lot of build at all. Because I'm requiring that I acquire great runes before I can level up more. So we'll spend a lot of Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula here, which probably shouldn't take all that long to get all the major stuff from, without leveling at all. A wayward spirit here. Often we see spirit beings like this throughout the realm. Of interesting little bits to say. The mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. O Marika, Queen Eternal, he is your unwanted child. I think this guy is speaking of Moog. Lord of Blood, but I'm not 100% sure, actually. It's interesting that he's out here saying such a thing. Church of Pilgrimage with a statue of Radagon. Is who this is depicting. Moog and Morgott are both America's children. Melina is here.
Spoken echoes linger here. Words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you.
Words from the Queen.
In Marika's own words. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed. Return to the lands between. Wage war. And brandish the Elden Ring. Grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
The sacred tier we found here can increase the power of our healing flasks. It's one of the big ways to scale in this game. Thank you. Definitely want to make a point of getting to all the churches. There's another church right there. More ruins from the sky, too. It seems like they fell all over Limgrave. If you look at the map, you can see them all over, right? Ruins here, ruins down here, over here. Here, 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 even in the lake. All over Stormhill. There's ruins that fell all over the place here. Walking mausoleum. These things are pretty cool. Don't have any use for it yet, but pretty sick. They can definitely squish you with those legs, so be careful. Giant rock dog. Here's what we came for, this fellow. Got a mask on?
Well, it's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
You can show me your wares. Couple important things at this merchant that are pretty useful. A lantern you can illuminate dark caves with without taking an inventory slot. That's pretty good. But perhaps more importantly, the OG, the Ultra Great Sword, just about the largest sword a mere man is capable of swinging. True to its name, the Zweihander is designed to be wielded in both hands, but those of merely ordinary strength will struggle to do so. The long blade is heavy and sharp, sending foes reeling back with the broader strokes, while also capable of a devastating, piercing thrust.
Have a safe journey.
Power up the base cannon. So the Zweihander is a colossal sword. Use it in two hands, nice and huge. Got very slow, wide swings, and then with our heavy attack, we have a slow poke that does thrusted damage. This is what I plan on using for much of our playthrough as a primary weapon. It's a big-ass sword. Quite versatile, quite powerful. I don't have enough runes now. So now we go boss hunting. We're going to go find stuff in Limgrave to kill. And I see that we have a... Wait, there was a temple up here, right? Let's go there. Yeah, they haven't really changed this Zweihander a lot since Dark Souls. It's still one of the best great swords around. Witchbane Ruins. Yeah, almost twice as big as a real Zweihander. That sounds about right. There's definitely lots of fantasy-sized weapons in this game, weapons of unrealistic proportion. I appreciate how in FromSoft games, weapons of such scale at least feel like they're huge. You have really slow, impactful swings rather than doing ridiculous flips and spin attacks all the time. Okay, I'm still heavy rolling, though. Need lighter armor. We'll use the chain-draped tabard for a while. There it is, the tower. Finally, I can return to our home bathed in rays of gold, he says. He's talking about that tower, that broken one over there. Definitely a stamina-heavy weapon. Using ultra swords like this definitely requires some proper timing with your attacks. Time to go get the Erd Tree Sentinel. Ready. Although I do want to upgrade this Zweihander. In addition to a level cap, I have an upgrade cap according to my own rules. Looks like I need more runes here. I can only go to +3 at the moment. To get more upgrade cap, I will have to acquire Great Runes. Okay, +2 for now. Let's tango. Actually, do I want Wild Strikes? Doesn't matter. Too late on my dodges there. Gotta remember that my light attack is very slow and my heavy attack is even slower. Let's give that another go. are you not cooperating? That was not. Also thought I was out of range of that. No. Not gonna wait till more stamina? Who needs waiting? We're not gonna be living with a lot of stamina this playthrough. Endurance is not on my list of stats to level very much. I'll need a bit of it, but there are other priorities. Too early there. Golden Halberd. Pretty high stat requirements on this thing, which is part of why you don't really want to kill him right away, because you can't even use the reward you get. Don't have enough stones. We don't have enough badges to train me. Let's get our flasks back. Yeah, the halberd is a pretty good weapon. You can definitely use it for most of the game. Although that's actually true of a lot of the weapons that you find in Limgrave. Many of the weapons you get early are just straight up really good, and you can use them for the whole run. Like the Zweihander, like the Lord Sword's Great Sword, like the Morningstar, like the Great Axe. These are all pretty dang good weapons that are versatile and can definitely use for the whole playthrough. Thankfully, there's no issue with using the same weapon for the whole playthrough because this game has no durability stat, notably absent from previous FromSoft RPGs and some other open-world games. There's nothing to pressure you to change combat styles too quickly. or otherwise annoy you with constant repair costs. So I'm really glad that not only does this game not have durability, but they specifically removed it from their engine for this game. Really, really good move. Wait, where am I? Okay, we want to go to the beach. Get down there. Yeah, Uchigatana you can start with as samurai, and that's also absurdly good. Hello. Oh, there's a scarab down there. Excuse you. Almost got it. So there's an invisible scarab here following along a path. If we can manage to hit it along its invisible trail, then we get a special thing. There we go. Stamp sweep. Very lonely looking fellow out here. Not friendly, unfortunately. Good fight. These things are called land octopi. What a bizarre creation. One of the cool things I like about this game, I've been playing fantasy RPGs, again, for over 2 decades at this point, and Elden Ring contains quite a few creatures the likes of which I have never seen before. They really cooked up some bizarre creations for the world of Elden Ring, and I really like them. These are oddly intimidating, although once you're familiar with how to kill them, they're not that hard. They can flail like crazy. Ow. All you gotta do is stun lock them. Or cut their arms off. They take massive damage from crits. Drop eggs just for some weird crafting stuff. We don't need to drive them to extinction, though. Demi-humans. Likely members of the tribe Bach came from, we found earlier. Wouldn't exactly call this Vihander the correct weapon to engage small targets with, but it sure works.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
So here you can get the broadsword. Land squirts. Short bow and arrows. A bunch of crafting and the smithing stones. Broadsword and club are perfectly fine early game weapons. If you're starting with bad character, you can come and get these early. Buying a few poison cures, not a bad idea, actually. Let's grab those for later. Sure, I'm going to want those.
Well, be on your way then.
And I've got plenty of runes to spare because of our level caps. So we'll be buying a lot of consumables in this run, I would say. Slimes. I think I missed it. Do I receive some kind of penalty for not having the strength requirement of this Zweihander? So when you wield a weapon in two hands, your strength is considered to be 1.5 times its current value. Currently we have 15 strength, so I can use items with a 15 strength requirement in one hand, or up to 19 if I use it in two hands, which is where the Zweihander is. Note how on my weapon bar in the bottom left, there's a red X on the Zweihander, but if I equip it in two hands, the red X goes away. So there's a penalty as long as I'm wielding it in only one hand. Up to, sorry, 22, you're right, yes. 15 times 1.5, 22. Correct. Good catch, Twishette. Ah, there it is. Cave by the shore. Oh, he's here.
Oh. What are you doing here? You must leave this place at once. They'll rush in and beat you to a pulp. You'll end up just like me. Oh.
Garment rats. Got a lantern that can help light. I really like what they did with lighting in this game. FromSoft has been experimenting with lighting as a thing for dungeon exploring for a long time. Dark Souls 2, I think, was the first to try to really use it, but I really like how they did it in Elden Ring. There's a few pretty dark areas, and a couple of different ways to get light. None of them are perfect, and it does make these cave areas feel pretty cool to explore. Yeah, Tomb of the Giants in Dark Souls 1 actually as well. Yeah, good point. That was like the first experiment with proper darkness. That was the only really dark area in that game. They kind of made it a general mechanic since then. Who's this? Old Knight Istvan. Interesting. There's the demi-human queen. Come here. Oh, 2 demi-human chiefs. Big sword works very well on big targets, usually. I think the other one didn't aggro. They are. Still got me. Little guys are in the way. Close. The tailoring tools and the sewing needle. Bach the demi-human's prized possession. There's of the needle. I think that would have been easier with a faster weapon, actually. So these return you to the start, but what's here? It goes further. We're on an island. Kinda cool. Rip crab. Church of Dragon Communion. Seems to be a dead dragon. Where we can perform the ritual of Dragon Communion. Offer dragon hearts to get draconic powers. These are pretty cool things you can... Pretty cool incantations you can build a character around. We're not going to be using them this run. But it's cool that they're an option. Is there anything else here? Doesn't seem to be. Nothing else here, seemingly. Let's head back to the cave. Give Bach his sewing needle.
Oh. What are you doing here? You... Wait. Is that what I think it is? You got it back for me. My sewing needle.
Here.
What made you go and do a thing like that? My mum was a seamstress, and that sewing kit was all I had to remember her by. I always wanted to be just like sweet old Mum. Then I suppose I can't just curl up and die, can I? Thank you. You're very kind. I always wanted to be a seamster like my mum. Then
Okay. Good luck in your quest. All right, where should we head next? I think I want to do the Southern Peninsula first. We'll do Castle Morn and get the Erdtree stuff here. So let's start over here. Oh, actually, before I go more adventuring here, we're about... Hard to believe I've been playing Elden Ring for over 3 hours already. Without a break, and I probably should take a break. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'll leave you with the ambiance of the walking mausoleum here. I'm going to go refill my legs, stretch my water, take a quick break and all that. Upon my return in a few minutes, we'll be doing more Elden Ring. Oh yeah, kill these so I don't die. Stretch thy water, refill thine legs. Alright, Twitch chat. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go nowhere. Those guys respawn? They shouldn't if I don't rest at a site of grace, but I guess the safest way is to be at the site of grace. Yeah, you can still hear it. Cool. All right, back in a bit, Twitch chat. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. We are back. Let's continue our adventures in Elden Ring. I'm going to look for many of the bosses in the southern peninsula area here now. I guess we'll start with this Evergale. Like prisons that contain powerful enemies that are imprisoned for some reason or another. This one is the Weeping Evergale. I absolutely don't remember who's in here. The Imp's Seal is in effect. What? Oh, right. You have to pay Stone Sword key to open this. Let's do that. And yeah, yes, that actually should just be pronounced jail. Everjail, I guess. Ancient Hero of Zamora, kind of presented as a boss here. It's actually just a regular enemy from later in the game. Although a pretty tough one at that. Very dodgy enemy. Give him the old dagger poke. Oh, that's right. That's where we get Radagon's Scar Seal. That's actually a very good find early on here. We currently have no talismans. This is our first one. An eye engraved with an Elden rune. Said to be the seal of King Consort Radagon. Radagon often indicated by sort of a diagonally aligned square grid, like you see on the pupil there. Raises all the physical stats, vigor, endurance, strength, and dex, but we take more damage with it equipped. This trinket's definitely going to help us out. Provides the equivalent of 12 additional levels. And given that we're level 10, it's super worth it. It even lets me put my helmet back on. Is that the helmet I want, though? Yeah. The extra damage taken is definitely nasty. I think it's, for this one, 10% additional damage taken. but that's kind of made up for by us gaining more than 10% additional health. We go from 522 to 598. That's more than a 10% increase in health. We don't increase our healing, so the flasks are proportionally less effective now, but overall it's super worth it, because we just gain more health than we're losing. So we'll probably have this equipped for a very long time. There is a better version of this, called Radagon's Soar Seal, that has even more stats for even more damage taken. It's relatively easy to get to at the start of the game, so I could go beeline for it, but I think I won't. This one's good enough. Can I even kill rats with a sword? It's too big. There we go. This is the Tombsward Ruins. Oh. Feels like another missed opportunity by From Software to have something a bit more interesting down here. We do get a relatively cool item, a winged scythe. I think that's a faith weapon. Sacred scythe resembling a pair of white wings. According to pagan belief, white-winged maidens are said to be death's gentle envoys. Wait. No. Yeah, sword too big problem. Dang it. Okay, get it. There we go. So yeah, great swords, very good at large targets, not so good at small targets. We haven't been over here. Yeah, we could swap to different weapons. Different weapons for different enemies is, I think, one of the most effective ways to play through a game like this. You know, you can ask a question like, what's the best weapon in Elden Ring? But the real answer is, the best weapon in Elden Ring is the weapon that your enemy is weak to. Whoever you're currently fighting, there's a best weapon for them that's going to be different for every other enemy. So, just like in Spire, you know, there's actually quite a bit of context dependence there. Whoa. Nothing but air. There we go. That's a big lady. Get the Demi-Human Queen's Staff and the Crystal Burst spell. What does it say about these? Linstone Staff styled as a scepter. A gift once given to the demi-humans to foster peace. It can be wielded even by those of low intelligence. Sneered at by fools in the academy. It's the staff that lets you cast spells with only 10 intelligence. It's pretty good, actually, for you dabbling in magic. Is it easy to start a spell build from the very beginning? Yes. Yes, it is. Several of the starting characters have a staff to start with. And it's very early on that you can get your hands on some other spells, even if you're a non-caster character, to start. A sorcery of the Crystal Cadre, a group of sorcerers who pursued the wisdom of stone, the secrets locked in the faint cogitation of the Crystallians. Haven't met any of them yet. Let's see. She was at this end, I think. Let's think if there's anything behind. Yeah, it definitely helps to know where you find spells. Trying to find them blind could leave you at a deficit of good options early. Definitely. There's enough different spells in the game, though, that even if you miss out on some of the important ones, you'll find good ones. We won't be using any magic with our builds in this playthrough. Hey, what did I just say? Can't beat the Scarlet Rot Crystallians. What? No, you're not alone. Those things are tough. Striking weapons are required. Big hammers, good for breaking their poise. Try luring them out one at a time as well. Fighting 2 or 3 at a time is really tough. Find a crystal tear here. Is that our first crystal tear? A crystal tear formed slowly over the ages where the Erd Tree's bounty falls to the ground. You can mix this in the flask of wondrous physic, which we don't have yet, but we'll be getting pretty soon. An illusory candlestick. These summon a spirit fellow, then you can follow them to some kind of loot. Oftentimes through an obnoxious path. There it goes. At a bit of a glacial pace. Some of these are worth checking out, some are less so. Morning to you, Johnny Boom. This is where you're leading me, right? What did I call this? Earthbore Cave. Oh, by the way, quick little gameplay tip for you with regards to Elden Ring. If you're in a dungeon, a cave, a catacomb, or other area, and you haven't beaten the boss yet, then you will be unable to travel to other sites of grace from the current location. Once you clear the boss of the cave, that clears. This gives you an easy way to tell whether you have finished the boss of a particular location by whether or not you're allowed to teleport away. Oh. Excuse me. Why did the rat get smaller? I think that was just the corpse fading away, and there was another rat. I don't think it spawned another rat. Pickled turtleneck. Kind of gross. Craftable item that temporarily boosts stamina recovery. A long time consumable in these types of games. Temporarily improve your stamina recovery. Pretty good for boss fights, actually. If you can remember to use it. Worst part about the turtleneck meat in this game is that if you want to craft it, you have to farm turtles, and that's just rude. Please don't do that to the poor turtles. Suspiciously boss-shaped room. Uh-oh. Big bear. Oh, that's right. Hello. These things are horrifying. Thankfully, this one doesn't do much damage, but there's many of these in the game, and they get nasty. I mean, they are nasty. Nope. That's okay. We'll just have to grin and bear it. Yeah, room bears are nasty. Big nasty. Room bear don't care. Vanna Wade, thanks for the Prime sub in the 2 months. Go get that room bear. Yes, I agree, Jotunborn. It is profoundly unfair that these things can outrun torrents. What? No, come on. That barely hit me. A little hard to see the action, but we got it. GG. Get a talisman for that too. The Spelldrake Talisman. Boosts our magic damage reduction. Bear, no! Ripnator, thanks for the 100 bits. The ancient dragons, who ruled in a prehistoric era before the Erd Tree, would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. And so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protection. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. You also get some crafting stuff. Aight. Okay, what else is there around here? I remember there's a, oh, we gotta go to the tree. Remember there's a deathrite bird somewhere on this peninsula. Does anyone know where that is? Not actually sure where it is. Or a death bird of some kind. Near where I get the map. Okay, around here-ish. Cool. Some of the bosses that only appear at night can be a bit tricky to track down. Yeah, running around killing and collecting at the moment, yes. Just kind of gathering all the important bits of stuff from South Limgrave and then Main Limgrave. Then we'll probably tackle Stormbale, defeat Godric the Grafted. That's going to advance some story plot lines for various characters. So I'm going to try to meet most of the NPCs that are in this region before that happens. Guide and gatekeeper for those returning to the roots. Points us in the direction of a catacomb area. I don't think the catacombs have a lot of appeal for this playthrough. They generate, or they primarily contain upgrade materials for spirit ashes that we're not using. But some of the catacombs contain unique weapons or other things, and they are kind of interesting dungeons in their own right. So I'll do some of them, but not all of them. This one should be pretty easy, so I might as well do it. Again, this one contains a stone sword key lock with these imps, which we'll go ahead and use. Oh, that's pretty important. What does that make? Rancor pot. Neat. Just started raining outside. How am I enjoying playing Elden Ring on the new PC? It's running like a dream. I'm glad it's not giving OBS any trouble. I'm running this in 4K, along with OBS, but it's running pretty buttery smooth. There's maybe the occasional tiny jitter, but for the most part, it's completely rock solid 60 FPS, which I'm loving. My first playthrough was on PS5, actually. Not on this PC. Yes, I have bought this game twice. Which I've done with pretty much every FromSoft RPG, actually. I think I've bought Dark Souls 3 times. Bought Dark Souls 2 times. I think I only bought Dark Souls 1 one time. Or Dark Souls 3 one time. But yeah. Spend a lot of time in these games, so it's worth it for me. There we go. For skeletons, you really do like a mace. It just works so much better. These ghost glove wort aren't useful to us since we're not going to be using spirit ashes, but we can still sell them to a merchant for some runes. Not that I need runes that much. Got it. Yes, all my restrictions will apply in the DLC, the Composer. Some of the items I find in the DLC may potentially meet my criteria for increasing our level cap, but there also might not be any. Here's the lever, marked by a statue. This statue with a... holding a lantern always indicates the lever to open the boss door in these catacombs. This one helpfully lets us get back. I'm gonna go back around, though. I think there was one little area I missed. Exclamation point, build has an FAQ slash... build info. Ow. God. Basics, though, are no spells, no shields or parrying, and we have a limit on how much we can upgrade our weapons and level our character based on the world state. Oh god, 4 of them? Ah! Hold on. Use the force. No! No. I didn't even need to go down that hallway. What's up, Wumbo? Thanks for the 8 months of support. You're heckin' welcome. For all the cozy content. Do stats scale consumables? Yes. Most consumables in this game are scaled by 1 or more stats. There are consumables that scale off of every damage stat. So no matter what kind of character you're playing, they've added consumables that fit, which is pretty cool. Are we unusually small for a human in this game? I would say we are of average size. However, size is a bit of an oddity in From Software games, as typically size is used to indicate power in some fashion. So the mythological figures within the universe, even if they are ostensibly humans, will typically be gigantic in stature to reflect their larger-than-life power. So for this reason, most of the humanoid bosses that we face will be a lot bigger than us, even if they're supposed to be humans. But yeah, these are genuinely big skeletons. Sure why I thought I would have a map. It's not how this works. Makes the camera work better? That's interesting. Wouldn't have thought about that. Here we are. Wait. No. It's the door. Heavy door is usually at the start, ain't it? It's not here. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Usually the door's at the start. Go back to our big sword. this thing? Cemetery shade. Creepy. I hate it. Didn't have much health though. Okay. Hard to hit it with a greatsword. Noted. Seems to work better. Oh. The range, though. Any benefit to starting fresh or just for fun? Just for fun. Plus, so I can put the whole thing on as like one continuous playthrough. I think it'll make for better context of what we find in the DLC. Both the lore and difficulty-wise, too, I think. Take it. Good job throwing daggers. Lootle the Headless. What does it say about him? Spirit of a headless knight who leads the mausoleum soldiers. Wields a lance enrobed in death and hurls spectral lances at foes. Lootle sacrificed her life so that in death she could continue to protect a soulless demigod until their revival, earning her the hero's honor of Erdtree burial. Protect a soulless demigod. Interesting. Want to grab this root resin. Root resin's a crafting ingredient that's a little hard to get in this game. We use it to make grease that we can put on weapons. Okay, that was a fun little detour. Coming up here, we have our first Erdtree avatar. These are spirit beings that are formed around young Erdtrees. I suppose it's some sort of guardian spirit. Which seem to be protecting the Erdtrees. So pretty much every time we see an Erdtree like this, there'll be a corresponding Erdtree avatar. The model skeleton for this thing comes from the Asylum Demon in Dark Souls 1. Still, they were able to reuse some assets and create a pretty cool-looking new enemy. Bit odd to see Asylum Demon's animation still getting used after all this time, but I think they did a pretty good job of making it feel like something completely new. Missed me? And each of the Erd Tree avatars we're going to defeat will drop items like this, bubble tears, that are used to mix into the Flask of Wondrous Physic. Bubble Tear's a really fun one. Block one hit, pretty much in its entirety, and this one causes regeneration over time, which is cool and all. Anything around the Earth Tree? I'm not sure. Singing. One is singing. So one of these hideous bat creatures is singing. Got the head of a lady. Head of an old crone. And what I definitely didn't know when I first played this game, that I've since come to learn, is that this is... It sounds like some kind of made-up fantasy language or something, but this is an actual song with words that mean stuff. I think it's Latin or something Latin-sounding. But there are actual words to this song. Quite cool. Bat Latin. This way? Not clear where that singing is coming from. I do want some smoldering butterflies. Okay, thank you. I guess let's head in the direction of Castle Morn. Oh, there's also a mine over here. Now, let's do that first, actually. There's a tunnel on the map there. Flowers. Hello. Get out of here. It's definitely not expecting that. Welcome to Morn Tunnel. I like these dungeons. Sound of clinking and mining. Lots of upgrade stones to be found in these places. These guys are pretty sword resistant. I think I'll have more luck with the maze. That's a lot better. Spellcasting, mostly because it's just my preference. I do find that spell builds tend to be a bit easier in FromSoft RPGs, and I don't think Elden Ring is any exception there. I also don't really find the spell design that FromSoft comes up with to be very interesting. Seems like every game, the options are blue missile, blue homing missile, or big blue missile. Sometimes also big blue homing missile, or many small blue missiles. But all of your options seem to be some flavor of shoot blue at enemy, which is not how I like to wizard. I also think the good points of the game, the combat design, the boss openings, the dodging of attacks, all just, it is better experience with a melee build. I think it's the more polished and refined aspect of the game, generally. So it's more fun for me to play. But one of the cool things about RPGs is that you can do multiple playthroughs with totally different playstyles that are quite fun. And everybody can play with their favorite kind of build, so I'm really happy that there's so many different spells in Elden Ring. Shields are to make it more interesting and more hard for me. Definitely quite easy to trivialize the defense part of the game with shields, especially great shields, which are very effective. Yeah, you want an easy time in Elden Ring? Cast spells with a great shield. It's a fairly foolproof strategy. But yeah, I don't think there's any correct or incorrect way to play the game. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that anyone is playing the game wrong or anything. These are just my self-imposed rules for a playthrough that I think I will find very interesting and fun to play. There's some unnecessary gatekeeping that happens with Elden Ring and other FromSoft games. Completely unnecessary. And I don't like when I see that happening. Play how you like. It's a fun game. Get lost all you like, too. Where am I? Not here. Exactly, just like my self-imposed Spire challenges. In fact, I originally got the idea for challenge runs of Slay the Spire after seeing the challenge runs that the Souls community came up with for playing their games. Specifically, actually, Lobos Jr., who I'm sure is live right now, streaming Elden Ring. And his challenge runs of Dark Souls really inspired me to modify the game's rules for myself in order to make for a more fun experience. Like that I could have a more interesting and more fun time if I intentionally limited my options. Was kind of an eye-opener for me in gaming. Okay. Don't need to do that, thank you. Enough of that. Not quite going as I wanted. Let's try again. Take them in the choke points so their numbers count for nothing. You are obnoxious. Beasts. Cosplay runs. Yeah, those are pretty cool. Pick a character in the game world that you think has cool style and then just copy their fighting technique and weapon choice. I think that's pretty cool to do. Elden Kirby. This is you. Rusted Anchor. This is technically a great axe. A rusty anchor wielded as a weapon. Each of its 4 flukes is thick and sharp, enabling piercing attacks. When the Tarnished left the lands between with their lord, one boat alone was said to have been left behind. The Tarnished left the land between. Interesting. stat requirements on this? We can use it, apparently. 26 strength. Pretty wicked looking. Does seem pretty effective. Okay, so a Pierce type Great Axe. That's very interesting. This is a Strength Dex weapon, so this will be one of the many things we'll eventually have the ability to use. I mean, we technically can use it right now. Might give it a bit of a try, but... back to Big Sword. I believe I was over here. Looks like something that could stop a ship. Yeah. Let's spend some of these runes. We have way too many of these. Okay, so another bit of information some people may have missed. You don't have to mouse all the way over here to the Table of Lost Grace if you want to teleport there. You can open the Site of Grace menu, and then there is a hot button. You see that X, go to Round Table Hold. You're able to just press two buttons. Triangle X, go to table, or triangle square on the PlayStation, and you go immediately to the Round Table Hold without having to drag the map icon over there. We are here to buy from the dude that I killed. Also, Gideon's office is open. What's up?
What do you need? I have little time to spare.
What do you mean, a house guest?
Oh, are you aggrieved at the notion you are but a visitant here? Then you would do well to remember the first words of grace given to you. Stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord. If those words held any meaning to you, follow the guidance of grace. Lay low the shard bearers and claim for yourself a great rune. Do so, and the doors to the Round Table's inner chamber will open, and you will receive the wisdom of the Two Fingers.
What now? All right, I guess I'll go get to that. Do you want? So we can now purchase from that merchant that we killed. I'm gonna buy some kukris. I could buy 398. I don't need that many. Let's get a couple hundred to start. Can't sell, right? That's right. This medallion raises health. I'm gonna buy that just for completion's sake. What else do you have for sale? Rune arcs. Stone sword keys. I'll buy a couple of those. In fact, we can use those here at the Round Table Hold. We haven't met Hugh the Smith yet. Is it based on fantasy by Brandon Sanderson? No, based on fantasy by George R.R. Martin.
You're a new face. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
Seems like this guy is a misbegotten, similar to the creatures we've already been facing. You have chains on your legs.
I see you've noticed the chains. Nothing special. I'm a prisoner and these are my chains. I'm trapped by the hold. I'm dying, smithing for you fools. That's all there is to it.
You're a prisoner.
No, don't read too much into it. I've no grudge against you. My being a prisoner is no fault of yours. Besides, I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. Given time, technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget the sheer terror of her.
Her, I think in this case, references Queen Merica herself. Hugh doesn't talk much about it, but I think he had some kind of direct interaction with Queen Merica. He seems scarred by the event. I can sell these. Hey there, Glarber Flurpist. I don't mind Spire questions in general. What did we win with today? We had 4 strength with Gurya and Vajra. We were heavy into attacks. And I played flechettes for over 300 damage. It was a good time. Also, turn 1 against Time Eater, I played flechettes and brought Time Eater to exactly half health. It's pretty funny. So I think I just remembered that I forgot to do something. Yeah. Whoops. Okay, that'll look better now. Yeah, 1 card for Time Eater Phase 1. That's pretty cool. We get Crepus's Black Key Crossbow. What does it say about that? Weapon of Crepus, who served the 2 fingers from the shadows of the Round Table as the head confessor. Didn't specifically disallow ranged weapons with my rule set. I am definitely going to use ranged consumables like throwing daggers. I don't know about bows or crossbows, though. Haven't decided if they're allowed. And the Assassin's Prayer Book. Prayer Book of the Round Table holds assassins. So some good stuff for assassin sneaky type characters down here. Stone sword keys are sufficiently plentiful that I'm not worried about running out of them, so whatevs. And now let's get back over here. There's a couple bosses around here that only appear at night. So we're going to wait until nightfall. There's one of them right there. Called the Knight's Cavalry. These riders only appear after dusk. Equip a bow to fire arrows, says the game. You don't say. Bit busy here, don't you think? Out of the trees, thank you. Whoa, nice move. Went over him? Enemy found. Get an Ash of War, Barricade Shield, and the Knight Rider Flail, which I think is one of the cooler weapons in the game. Flail with 2 additional bludgeoning heads. Weapon of the Knights Cavalry who ride funeral steeds. The large spikes make it highly effective at inducing blood loss, but demand high dexterity to wield. 24 dex requirement. This will be on the menu eventually, but for now it's beyond our ken. Our ken? We don't have enough dex for this, is what I mean. Oh yeah, and I wanted to equip kukris too, now that we have a bunch. Kukris and throwing knives are not, it's not a strict upgrade. The kukri has a much longer throwing animation. I'll just show that off. We have plenty of these. So I can throw daggers in quick succession, but a kukri is more of a low toss there. The kukris do way more damage and inflict bleed. So they're kind of different weapons for different situations. Oops. Yeah, I also needed to be Still Knight, don't I? The knives are easy to come by, yes. Yeah, we can buy them for a small amount of runes in unlimited supply from, I think, one of the very first merchants, Calais, here. So we can get lots and lots of throwing daggers. Right, there should be a bird around here somewhere. It's not a bird. Oh, it's one of these. These ones teleport when you get near them, so you have to use a ranged attack. Near the seed tree. Oh, I see. Okay. Over here. I think over here. Sees me, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh no. It's not good. The golem is still shooting at me. Hatchet used in ancient sacrificial rite. A death bird is depicted as a malevolent deity. Power of the rite yet lingers. Dentagil, thanks for 10 months of support. I didn't thank you earlier. Hit him in the weak point on the legs. Things are surprisingly easy for how big and intimidating they look. And once you understand how the poise system works, it's really easy to stun lock them, or the stagger system rather. Definitely easy to keep them just stunned. In a loop, falling over and over again. We have here Siege of Castle Morn. A lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Turtle. Could this be a dog? So we've been asked to deliver a letter to Irina, or to Irina's father. Excuse me. Might as well explore through Castle Morn. Does Godric's reign extend to the Weeping Peninsula? I believe so. Godric soldiers are, I think, seen throughout the Weeping Peninsula. So at the very least, his military is here. Everything seems to be going fine here, as you can see. Yep. We're just redecorating a little bit. Game, do not play with your tinnitus. As a fellow sufferer, a couple spots are tough. I really dislike the sound effect the regeneration aura makes in this game. If you use the flask of Wondrous Physic with the regeneration, I can't stand it. Okay, I think the kukris will be good here. These have higher base damage than the throwing knives. Not that much higher. Oh boy. Did die. Sounds like a battle is going on somewhere. Fire grease. Allows us to coat our weapon in flame for a short while. Pretty useful against fire-weak targets. What are you looking at here? Oh, it's a pumpkin head? Okay. Sanctuary stone. A rare piece of stone fragment found near places where ruins have fallen from the sky. Got him. Very clearly a treasure chest on the tower over there. Let's see if we can find our way over there. I don't remember much of this area. I only played through it one time. My very first playthrough. It's like we're gonna go down. Are airborne enemies more vulnerable to range stuff? Usually, yes. If you can hit them with a range attack, they typically fall out of the sky. So it's a pretty effective counter. Really good for dealing with bats and insects, or the throwing daggers. How do you tell what enemy is weak to what? Yeah, typically trial and error. You can also look it up on the wiki for particularly troublesome enemies. Or common sense in some case, like a skeleton is going to be weak to bludgeoning damage and resistant to slashing damage. That's not knowledge you have to deduce by trial and error. It's just RPG common sense. And so a lot of similar common senses can apply. Typically, enemies are resistant to elements that they use in their own attacks. But yeah, trial and error can definitely help. Sometimes there's also little bits of in-game lore that can help you out. Some damage resistances are very non-obvious. But as a general rule, if when you hit the enemy, your attack damage is really low for some reason, try a different weapon type. Probably a stone sword key. In a game this big, it's impossible to make every single item, loot item, totally unique and interesting. So there's a lot of duplicated stuff, or stuff that tends to be put in the same kind of places, like the stone sword keys. Also, speaking of damage resistances, this enemy right here is one of the most resistant enemies. They have huge damage resistance to physical attacks, so any kind of elemental is going to be good. Or you could slowly beat them to death if you really want to. I'm going to craft some. Yeah, I can craft right now. Let's craft some fire pots. Fire. Yeah, very effective. Torch would also work. That's a good idea. I'd never considered to use a torch on those guys, but it's actually a great idea. Turtleneck. Oh. Right. No, I didn't buy the torch. I have the lantern. I didn't actually buy the torch. My bad. Just like spreads out when you stun it. It's cute. As you can see, the fire pot definitely saves us some time here. Got a smithing stone. Please help me. I'm of noble blood. If these hideous mongrels eat me, I'll be forever marred. Anything but that. Think of the disgrace. Isn't there a torch in this castle? There might be. Like I said, I don't really remember this area very well. I'm playing on controller at the moment. Twin Blade Talisman. Enhances the final hit, ending a chain of attacks. Neat. Don't often do that, though. Go down that way. see you down there. Let's be at full health for this. Hang on. Missed! No! Thought I made that firebomb earlier. You're too small. Here. Oh, the whip is here. Whip is definitely an interesting weapon. More of a dex-focused weapon, but something this character could use. Not originally used for combat, but as an instrument of pain. Supple attacks cannot be thwarted by parrying or even guarding. The whip is cool because the enemies can't block it, which does give it a very useful niche in PvP as a trickster's kind of weapon. I'm sure there's some enemies it's pretty good against, too. It's very notable for having really good reach for a melee weapon, although the damage leaves something to be desired. I've never really tried using whips in these games, but it's cool that they're an option. There's so many different weapon categories in Elden Ring, it's truly absurd. Just ridiculous. Whip builds use statuses for damage? That would make sense. There's a bleeding whip, I'm pretty sure. Okay, goodbye. Battle. Hit its weak point for massive damage. Harvest their young. Endurin, thanks for the Prime sub and the 28 months of support. Alright, now for the boss of this area. Castle Lorne. It's a Leonine Misbegotten. Not even really a boss, per se. He is aggro, though. Seems you. Okay. Not quite first try, but I'll take it. He seems unhappy about having his boss status questioned, as he should be. Just because he's guarding a cool sword doesn't mean he's a real boss. Hit him in the head with a dagger when he crouches like that. No. Damn. A little too slow there. Oh, actually, good point. Thank you, Fluctuation EM. Yes, I should go to the top of the tower and talk to, what's her name's father? You're right. Although, is this one way? Looks like it might be one way. Okay, to the front. Guess we were meant to lose then. No. Always send the elevator back down. Good advice in games like this. Definitely. You're gonna need it. We're being mum about the DLC. Yes, please. Mum's the word. Bye. Both sides are hostile to us here. So we'll just kill everyone. Works for me. Big sword. Ah, there's the torch. Steel wire torch. What's this? Heavier than a normal torch, but the heated filament boosts the fire damage dealt. Curious. Well, if you want a torch that's also a weapon, I guess that would be the one. Got up here, okay. Ever played Silent Hill? No, I've not. Yeah, I saw that torch stance damage was buffed in the pre-DLC patch notes. Good for the torch-only challenge run players, I guess. Going over here. Guess so. That looks like where Edgar is. Oh, God. Like face. Didn't know they could do that. And then alone at the top of battered-looking tower, we find him.
There's a face I've not seen before. I'm Edgar, warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself.
Okay, so yes, this is in Godric's territory.
Things have turned out. The menials have all rebelled. They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act.
Castles of
foul creatures, as
rebellion.
I said, and true enough, they're foul inside and out. I'm sorry.
Guess you had your
you,
castle staffed with misbegotten, which is really not a great idea.
Castle Morn won't hold much longer. Take this, by way of apology.
Here's a letter for you.
I see. From Irina. Thank you. I'm in your debt, but I can't leave yet. Even if the castle should fall, as commander, I must remain to ensure the treasured Sword of Morn does not fall into the wrong hands.
Sword, you said?
If you see Irina, do tell her that her father will come for her once he's fulfilled his duty.
Would you like a hand with that aforementioned duty?
If you see Irina, her father...
Yeah, let's give you hands. Walking over here. That was janky. Ah! Dodge that, I think you just missed me. Not a real boss, he says. And I took it personally. Decided to end my whole career. Didn't work out very well. Twice. Combos are deceptively long. They seem like they're gonna end. It keeps going. Fight without fear. It's good advice. Only when you are calm and cool-headed can you decide on the right action for each moment. Spending these runes would help. Get the Grafted Blade Greatsword. That would be the legendary sword aforementioned. The Storied Sword of Castle Morn. A Revenger's weapon. It is burdened with oceans of anger and regret. One of the legendary armaments. A lone surviving champion from a country now vanished was so determined to continue fighting that he claimed the swords of an entire clan of warriors. Yeah, Game of Swords. There's definitely a strong visual resemblance with this sword to a certain throne from Game of Thrones by one George R.R. Martin, who, guess what, name does appear in the credits, making this definitely an intentional reference to Game of Thrones, given that the creator of Game of Thrones worked on this game. Kind of neat. Doesn't feel like there's a strong connection between this area and the in-game lore, but some cool stuff down here. Hey there, Hera Zara. Yes, I do in general prefer heavy two-handed weapons like this. We'll see a variety of weapons used, but I think this sword here will be our mainstay for much of the run. Alright, I guess I have to go back up this way, huh? Rude. And that's true, the lion is the symbol of the House Lannister. So fitting that a leonine misbegotten would be there. Is there a reason to use any weapon one-handed if you're not going to use shields? You could have something else in your offhand, I guess, but I think usually you're better off two-handing the weapon. Okay, that's true. The moveset will be different between one-handed and two-handed, so depending on the weapon, you may prefer the swings that you get with a one-handed stance. Yeah, that's true. Ow. Intense ladder climbing continues. Hey. God. Help. Smashy. So,
I'm in your debt for keeping the sword from those fallen creatures. I'm no longer bound by duty. Once I've rescued Irina, I will spend my remaining days with her. Thanks to you and Devote. Irina has a gentle nature, though. I only hope it remains intact.
I'll be sure to bring her the good news immediately. Sure she'll be thrilled. She's dead. Yeah, that's what I said.
Rena, how could this be? My daughter deserved better. The fault lies with me.
He took too
I
long.
chose duty over my daughter's safety. And that is how fate has answered. I'll find them. The foul wretch is responsible for this. I'll hunt them down and exterminate every last one of them. Rest assured, Arena, it will be done.
And just like the bearer of the sword, right? It swears an oath of vengeance to revenge Arena.
Find them. The foul. I'll hunt them down and rest assured.
He is filled with vengeance at the sight of his daughter dead. That's all we get to see for now of Edgar. But not quite where his storyline ends. That does mean we've done basically everything in the Weeping Peninsula. There's a few things I didn't look at. A few more hidden secrets in here, but I got all, I think, the important stuff. Let's start by buying some more throwing daggers. Exterminate every last one of them and then make them all respawn. Do it again.
Always a...
Thanks for the several hundred throwing daggers. Good talk. Let's go grab some more bosses and stuff. Quite a few more things to discover here in Limgrave. Dude up there. Let's start with this tunnel, I guess. Why not use the Sword of Swords thingy? One, I don't like how it looks. Two, it's actually gigantic, and it needs way more strength than we have. One of the stipulations I'm making to myself for this playthrough is that I can only level up after getting certain items in the game overworld, so we're stuck at level 10 for the foreseeable future. And thus I will not be able to use that weapon for a long time anyway. But yeah, I think it's ugly as sin, so I'm not going to use it anyway. Lots of cool weapons in this game. I'm only going to use some. Kitty. Exclamation point, build has a full breakdown of the challenge rules in place. Yeah. Put them in an easy to find, readable location. There you go. Yeah, that link has the deets. that you're looking for. I wouldn't say I'm doing a particularly hard playthrough. Probably a Rune level 1 playthrough is harder than what I'm doing by quite a large degree. But it should prove adequately challenging for me, given that I've played this a bit before. And I think I'll enjoy the playstyle a lot. If I wanted to make this as easy as possible, what build would I follow? Definitely something involving great shields. So lots of strength to equip a big shield, vigor to take some hits, and then you'd want to invest some kind of damage. You can poke with a spear, you could cast spells. I think those would both be pretty effective. But I would say use a great shield to make a game much easier. Great shield cross Nagarata. I like that. That's a funky combo. Give me your rocks. It's just a troll in here. Couldn't be too hard. Hit him with a mace. Get squished. Don't get squished. Here, sir. Get a roar medallion. This enhances roar and breath attacks. Kind of a weird early talisman for them to give you. There's almost no roar and breath attacks, period, in this game, let alone ones you're going to have at this point. But it is what it is. Okay, I want to go back over here-ish. Warcry. Oh, Warcry works. Interesting. That could be kind of cool, actually. What's this? Oh yeah, that goes to the... here, right? Oh, no, that's down. Never mind. It's definitely just down. Gravity 1, Baylor 0. Oops. And try again. Surely it's right around the corner. Some knights and demi-humans fighting over there. Hello.
Ah, you must be the new Tarnished. You do well to steer clear of a Gill Lake fledgling. A dragon roosts there.
A dragon?
And it's as fearsome as it is majestic. So, unless you're mad or wish to be burned alive, stay clear of the lake. Don't be a fool. Turn back before it's too late.
I'm going to the lake. There's no dragon here. That guy was lying. Crap, a dragon. Actually, I think the dragons are easier to fight on horseback. Hello, dragon. Fire attacks are really hard to avoid if you're on foot. Classic. Being one shot by that. It was going so well. Till the bats showed up. How's it going, Z Smith? Life's good. Really enjoying Elden Ring, which we will certainly be binging over the next couple of weeks, probably. Get me down here, nerd. Excuse me while I fight some dogs. Unlocked. Just hit the dragon in the kneecaps. Have I beaten Sekiro? Yes. I thought it was okay. Pretty good. Excuse me, Mr. Dragon. Wait. Right there. Elden Ring has medium, light, and heavy rolls. There's not a lot of difference between the medium and the light roll, though, unlike previous games. Mostly you go further when rolling with a light roll, but you don't get more iframes. hard to decide. Stay in the lake. Straight to the noggin. Chi-chi. I don't think From Software has ever been particularly good at designing dragon bosses. The ones in Elden Ring are not bad, but I feel like they're lacking a little bit of a something to make them feel like true dragons. Favorite Elden Ring boss is Rykard. Definitely Rykard. Yeah, they're more wyvern than dragon. They lack the 4 limbs. They also seem to lack intelligence. I think that's what makes a dragon for me. Not just a huge, powerful beast, but also smart and cunning. Again, a missed opportunity here. It's just a square room with some rats and a treasure chest. With a teleporter trap. Where the heck does this go? I don't want to go there. Streaming long today? I might be. It's currently about 6 p.m. I'm about due for another break. Soonish. There's another chest in that ruin. Oh, wait. Okay. Thank you. Below ground as well, or above? I don't think I've ever gotten this chest. Oh, here. Second way in. With the twin blade. Oh, that's a cool weapon. I might use that a bit. More of a dex weapon. Sword with blades on both sides of the hilt. Demands high dexterity. Can be used with a single hand, but its true strength is unlocked with dual-handed spinning attacks. Pretty cool weapon. Definitely a cool weapon. skeletons. Lots of skeletons. Real true strength of twin blades is dual wielding them, General Grievous style. I see you. That's a lot of hits. Take that, dragonfly. Stinky. Unceremoniously dumped off of Torrent. This often happens when you're being invaded by another player. In this case, an NPC invasion. Bloody Finger Nerigus. Could use a hand here. Nerigus has died, dropping the Reduvia dagger, which is quite useful if you've got any arcane stats. What do we have here? Bandit type fellows with alarms set too. Highwaymen. That armor look any better than our current armor? We could use some better grip for sure. Looks even worse. Okay. Anything else here? No, wait. No, there's definitely more than one way out of this room. Just go clockwise, or counterclockwise. That's the fog gate. Yes? Yes. Then we haven't been down here. Mushrooms. Oh. Unguarded treasure. Don't mind if I do.
Well, well, well.
Uh-oh.
Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh?
Yes, I did.
You scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin. All of it.
Where is he? Oh, here he is. Patches.
Wait, please. I surrender. White flag and all. Well, finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a man of reason. True and true.
Yep, that's me. Totally innocent confrontation.
Ah. Well, what do you know? You're tarnished, like me. Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human or some such.
Did you?
An innocent mistake, I assure you. Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on?
Forgive and forget.
A true man of reason. Just what I like about you. I'm Patches. Patches the untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say.
You might.
Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly,
you're teaching them how to steal.
This racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop.
I'd love that.
So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
Next time, he says.
Don't forget to pop back for an... I'll be ready to...
Let's see, can we just do that now? Would love to look at your shop.
Well, nice of you to drop in finally. It's all a bit ad hoc, but I'm sure you'll find something. And welcome to Patches Emporium, where you won't need a refund, because everything's top-notch.
No refunds.
Yeah, I had those bandits make a clean break. Now they're all suppliers, and good ones at that. I mean, they don't understand a word I'm saying, but it hardly matters. We have a natural connection. They're all foot soldiers, survivors of a defeated army, worked to the bone by their high and mighty lord, only to be thrown out with the rubbish. It's the same old story everywhere I go. To hell with it all.
That chest.
Wondering what's inside the treasure chest. Well, it's nothing too special. Just something I'm saving as thanks for a very valuable customer. But then again, it would fetch some spectacular coin. And besides, This valuable customer could be a long time coming. Huh? Everything is give and take. Give and take.
Oh, that's right. He's got Margit's Shackle. A fetish bathed in golden magic. Shackles were used to bind the accursed people called the Omen. And these ones were made to keep a particular omen under strictest confinement. You use this against Margit the Fell Omen, you can get a few seconds of free hits on them. Pretty good for that fight. Race Mimic. Parrying Dagger. We're not going to be using that. I'll buy your Shackle, your Cookbook, and all your Fan Daggers.
Cheers for that.
Thanks. I'm sure I'll be back later. So Jesper says, apparently if you attack him again, then let you bring you down to low health, and then use his gesture, he'll spare you and get you another one. That's kind of cool. It's very cool. His treasure chest is a trap, by the way. It's all a trap.
Ah, we meet again. To have fought Nereus and lived.
Nereus.
You must have seen your share of battle. I am your, as you might recall, hunter of bloody fingers, tarnished, held in thrall by cessblood. Zealots, who stalk their own. You stay the path. You're certain to face more of them.
Good.
Just remember, no kinship with their ilk remains. Their madness precludes it. Don't let your emotions stay your blade. Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again. If fate permits.
Is a catacomb here. I thought there was something else. Why don't we have a look at what's in here? Gargoyle things are very annoying. Would be appreciated. Hey, what happened to my death counter? Hello? Not sure why it broke. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure why the death counter broke. Probably because I save and quit or something. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Just selected the wrong save file. There we go. 24 is, I think, the current count. So fast. That's Elden Ring for you. Wait, now it's back to 0. Something's glitchy. What's going on? My death counter. These enemies are deeply annoying. They have a propensity to ambush you. They've got some decent physical resist because they're made of stone. They inflict bleed. They're definitely annoying. Shields and guard counters are the easy way to deal with them. But yeah, propensity to attack from stealthy locations. Because they are jerks. Oh, I already opened that? Okay. What level would I like to do the DLC at? Probably close to level 100. Rune level. I already made this mistake. How often do I plan to stream Elden Ring? Most days until I complete it. I'm going to be pretty addicted here. And yeah, most people who are trying the DLC out are getting their butts kicked. That's because the devs decided to make the content largely level independent. It really doesn't matter what level you are going into the DLC. It matters how many of the Skadu Tree fragment items you have. Grave Warden Duelist. 2 hammers. Hello. Ashes of the Banished Knight Ingval. No root resin here? No root resin here. It's fine. And yeah, the VODs will be available on YouTube shortly after we... shortly after airing. So yes. Emphatic yes. Okay, I think that's all that's over here. Let's head up to Stormhill. How am I fast healing like that? Those items are bound to the pouch here. You have 4 item slots bound to quick items that you can bring up with the contextual menu. So normally I have the 4 things in the bottom right, bottom left here. But if I'm pressing the X button, instead we get 4 quick items, so I can summon the steed or drink my flasks quickly without having to toggle through my normal items. Pretty useful. Oh, that's where you got the Battle Hammer originally. Interesting, Jasper. Battle Hammer's a pretty sweet weapon. You can still get it, but not from him. Let's see here. Oh yeah, so I think it's break time. We're about 6 hours, actually 6+ hours into stream. I've only taken 1 break up until this point, so it is definitely time here, Twitch chat, for me to take a quick break, refill my legs, and stretch my water some more. So I'll be back in a few minutes for a bit more Elden Ring. I'm not quite ready to end the stream yet, although we're getting close-ish to the end of today. Back in a few, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Alright, Twitch chat. We are back. Got a bit more Elden Ring in me. Let's see. Mostly gotten done with Limgrave here. We have a bit of this area to do. So, a couple things of note. One, we showed off earlier how to beat Margit the Fell Omen, who unlocks passage to this castle. Stormvale Castle, it's called. But if you find yourself hard stuck at Margit or Godric and unable to proceed, what is a player of Elden Ring to do exactly? In proper open world fashion, there's rarely only one way forward. Get good? Well, getting good is an option, certainly. Certainly. But let's presume for a moment that you are terminally not good. Weddy Gazelle, thanks for the 8 months of support.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, bless you.
This lady's weird.
Oh. Head to the fountain of gold tarnished. Traverse Rhea Lucaria, glintstone eventide, and reunite the half crescents at the grand lift. Oh, but the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed. Only, why should that matter?
Why indeed?
Stormvale Castle still stands tall.
So the crone says, go to the castle. That's where your goal lies. She's mostly correct. The bridge do be out. But there's a path. Even the finger lady says get good. True. It's quite the view. That's the Academy of Rhea Lucaria in the distance there. The home of the Glintstone Sorcerers. Shrouded in mist in this direction, Mount Gelmir, the shattered peak just barely appearing. Straight over our head here, barely visible, Caria Manor and the 3 towers that are there. And some closer stuff, too. A church and a nerd tree. It's kind of cool. Normally, one needs to defeat Godric the Grafted to get here. Go through Stormvale Castle is the main route. But you can just walk around the castle Elden Ring allows you to explore even if you can't beat the bosses. I think that's kind of cool. Although I'm not 100% sure I'm supposed to be here. I don't think this advances NPC quests if I rest at the Site of Grace, but I'm not 100% on that. I don't want to mess up the status for any NPCs we haven't met yet. Progresses at least one. Okay, in that case, I'm not going to rest here. Hopefully I haven't already violated the rules. Let's go back over to Stormhill. Let's do this let's do that Everjail. I don't care too much about Roderica's questline. Good to know. We did get that, okay. Oh yeah, it should be right here, so we can know for sure already. She's still here. Okay, so I think because I didn't rest at the Grace, we didn't advance her quest. Good. Stormhill Everjail. I don't remember this one. See what I'm in for. Oh yeah. Almost got him on the first try. This guy is super hard, by the way, but I've got a lot of practice with Crucible Knights, so I'm pretty used to them at this point. But yeah, they're tough. Oh yeah, I saw your dad joke redeem. My bad. Why did the knight go to the barber? He wanted to get a crucible cut. Another not bad attempt. Probably pretty fire resistant. That's my bad. Tried to heal when I shouldn't have. And yeah, the Crucible Knight in particular, I think is a bit egregious when it comes to being able to punish the player for trying to heal. In particular, I take issue with the fact that this particular opponent can chain together running stabs that will catch you at a full sprint, even though he's decked out in heavy armor. Doesn't make any sense, but this dude can cross distance and stab you so freaking fast. It's definitely over the top. Dang stomp. Don't I think that 10 rune levels per key item is a bit underpowered? Definitely. Yeah, definitely. That's on purpose, to make it at least challenging for me. It's a lot easier than just playing rune level 1. But yes, intentionally designed to be under curve. Does this guy drop anything cool? Not exactly. I don't think he's got anything super, super cool. Definitely get some unique item, though. I don't remember what it is. Okay, that's ridiculous. Cancel out of his recovery animation from standing up to stab me while I'm healing? What a jerk. That is nonsense. You are nonsense, sir. slow. Combo. Eventually gave up trying to fight this guy early game because it feels like he has the ability to punish anything you do. Yes. This guy is ridiculous, and definitely best handled by avoiding early game. I imagine if you were brand new to the game and not particularly powered up, you could spend 4 or more hours just grinding, trying to beat this guy and failing. It shouldn't take us that long. Will if I'm sloppy. Hey. Mistake. So hard to dodge roll that ground stomp. It's a lot easier to jump over it, which is what I should be doing. Boomer, thanks so much for the 50 months, the big 5-0. Crucible Knight, more like stabbed Thrucible Knight. Lith says, I've heard this game is good first FromSoft for an inexperienced newbie. Is that true? Yes. In part because being able to go anywhere and to do anything in this game means that if ever you are frustrated by an obstacle or unable to get past it, there's always something else you can go do that should be within your talent range. And there's more options than any other game presented to the player in general. Already learned he can jump into a anti-healing stab if I try to do it when he's getting up, so let's not do that. So if I hit him hard enough, he can start doing the attacks from phase 2 without doing the actual transition. That's funny. Duly noted. Sure why I thought I could swing there. He's got combo mix-ups, yes. Yeah, he's a jerk. He's a jerk. Can see why I hate shields now? Yeah. His shield. We got him. We got him. Whoa. Didn't think that was gonna hit me. A combo. What's the deal with the caterpillar thingies? That's a good question. You often see these things outside the Everjails. They're very weird. Somebody had a lot of fun making the animations for these, but I have no idea what they are. Some of them self-destruct when people get near them. Others are just kind of standing. Watching. Yeah. Wild. Yeah, that he can keep chaining those attacks together indefinitely while running. Bullshit. GG. Oh, that's right. We get the aspect of the Crucible, his tail sweep. You can do 1 or maybe 2 times. Probably won't be using that, but cool. Fun to do. Definitely a tough fight. Yeah, that's one of the tougher things in Limgrave, that dude. Definitely no need to do that early. I don't remember if there's anything over here. Is min-maxing when you trigger phase 2 a thing? Yeah, it can be. For certain fights, definitely. Especially if there's 2 of the enemy with phases, which can sometimes be the case. You're up against 2 bosses that are each phased. It's tough. So I keep talking about Limgrave. So this is Limgrave. You'll note how it seems to be my entire map. And that's because one of the things that this game does, which is really cool, is that it deliberately conceals its own scale from you. Elden Ring hides its size from the player by limiting our glimpses at things and keeping the map small and stuff. But there's more than it lets on. Definitely. Weeping Peninsula is part of Limgrave, yes. Let's see, there's no cave here or anything, right? Then we want to go here-ish, I guess. Still got to go get our Flask of Wondrous Physic. We don't even have that yet. I would call Dragon Barrel part of Caelid. They're separate, like, biome zones with separate level scaling, which I guess is slightly true for Limgrave, but yeah, they're absolutely part of the same region. One of the giveaways is the background music that plays when you're in an area. That'll tell you what greater biome you're in, basically. Hey, I see you're a man of culture as well.
Not seen you before. Name's
Nice sword.
Tarnished, just like you.
How'd you know?
Let me ask you something. Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order?
I love funding. But guidance of grace, I don't know about that.
Honest to a fault, I see. Such thoughts won't behoove you as a Tarnished. But there's nothing wrong with that. Any interest in bearing the torch of my battle arts? All I know is the sword. Picked up a fair few tricks in my time, too. Now's the time to pass them on. To a good Tarnished like you.
Like Bernal. This guy drops some pretty cool stuff if you can kill him, by the way. He's a pretty tough fight, but you have unlimited tries, so... He's got his own quest line, though. I think we're going to follow along with his.
There's a myriad of battle arts in these lands that I've yet to discover. Mementos of all the warriors who raised their arms in battle, lost and died. A fine tale, all told of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword and the arts of combat. It grants meaning even to falling in battle, to death itself.
Let's see. So he sells a bunch of Ashes of War here. Let's see. Stamp Uppercut we have. So Warcry. Right, changes our strong attacks. Increase attack power. Apparently this works with the Roaring Medallion. So what exactly gets improved here with Roaring Medallion, if anybody knows? Does it improve the magnitude of the damage buff, or is it something else? Stormblade's pretty cool. Usable on swords, colossal weapons, and twin blades accepted. Our sword is a colossal weapon, so we can't use Stormblade. 15% increase to the damage buff. That's interesting. Not bad. I mean, we'll buy it. Let's see. Swords, axes, and polearms, not colossal. Armaments capable of thrusting, not colossal. Quick step. Definitely not parry. Guess he doesn't have a lot I can actually use. I'll take Stormblade, though, because I like that Ash of War. I think that Ash of War is really cool. Here.
Oh.
Yeah, highly recommend Stormblade as a Ash of War. And Quickstep also enables nonsense. There's some nonsense. Guess I'll buy it. Don't expect I'll use it, but I'll buy it. And one no-skill Ash of War. Do I ever want that? No, I don't. It's for shields.
Well, until we meet again.
See ya. I can't remember. Is there a bell-bearing hunter in Limgrave? Not the one of those night bosses. He's right here. Okay, I thought my brain was tickling me about something. Yeah, okay. Let's do it right now. We may need to leave and come back. Travel to the War Master Shack. And then things should be different. Question mark. Or no, just rest again? Missing something? Rest again. Yeah, interesting. Might be some criteria I don't have yet. Somebody said maybe I have to go to Stormvale. We'll come back for that. I have no idea why he's not appearing.
Here to learn. Well.
Oh. There we go. These guys are tough. And I would prefer if you fought me not in a house. Thank you. Whoa, the damage. Oh boy. He's tough. I regret this immediately. Oops. Surrender. No. Definitely don't have as much practice against these as against the Crucible Knights. It's kind of a pain to fight to keep retrying too, right? Because he have to rest till night each time, I think. But yeah, those guys are they're tough, especially with no shields. Maybe I'll leave him till later. I think that'll be easier. Than wasting time trying to reset the time each time. We'll be back for him. Big dog. Is there anything worse than when you can almost one-shot enemies? Yeah, when they can almost one-shot you. See, there's a death bird nearby-ish. I see we got a catacomb around here too. I think that one has a thing in it that I want. Oh right, dogs are super effective against horses for some reason. Terrifying. Hey. Yeah, I want to get up there. Storm Hill should be a place where you can get some pretty good vistas, but the thick fog that usually surrounds it prevents any sort of long-range looking at stuff. Which Spire character would be best in Elden Ring? I think they'd all be pretty good, actually. Defect with the orbs. Giving you some passive defense would be pretty cool. Ironclad is pretty close to what we're doing already. Especially Silent with Poison, that's right. There he is.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck.
I see that.
Hello?
You're a bit far down, though. Let's try not to die. That's doable.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck.
Hi.
Oh, my stars. I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander.
Excuse me, Alexander. Having a problem.
Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, my... I am Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this?
Yes.
My thanks. 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big.
You say so.
And I'll pop clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. There's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say.
I'm warning you, though, I can hit pretty hard. Well, was it as good for you as it was for me?
Ah, well played, good sir.
'Cause I enjoyed that.
Well played. Though that mighty wallop of yours almost spelled the end.
That's what I'm saying.
Ah, well, I'm out now, and that's what counts. I thank you, and as a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to have this.
Ah, some meat. I won't question the origins of this at all.
Once again, the pleasure is mine. I am the warrior Jar known as Alexander. Iron Fist Alexander, in fact. I journey to the east, where I intend to further my education in the ways of war. And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. And upon their southern edge is Redmane Castle, in which a festival of combat is being held. I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter?
This guy looks like a pothead.
I'm heading eastward to Redmane Castle. On the southern edge of the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid Wilds. I've heard there's to be a festival held there.
All right. Like festivals.
I'm heading to Redmane.
Yeah, cool. And yeah, this is another character who you can get a pretty good item from if you kill them early on. If we follow Alexander's quest line, which I'd like to do because I've never seen it to completion, then you can get a better version of that trinket, which will be probably pretty useful in the DLC, I'm actually guessing, because we should be able to get the final piece of his quest line basically immediately prior to doing the DLC. So that'll be perfect. Would definitely like to have his talisman. Yeah, the version we get for finishing the quest line is slightly better than the one you get for killing him. It's not dramatically so, but it is better. Okay. This is more of Limgrave. I said there was a Deathbird somewhere around here. So I'll do that. Dead is still here. Question is, where exactly, Deathbird? Hey, a cemetery. Some of those self-destructing things I mentioned. Southeast. Southwest from the Grace. Perfect. Should be around here somewhere. Okay, this is not necessary. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's amazing. Don't piss him off. Noted. There's a lot of niche animations that clearly a lot of love and effort was put into for this game. For various entities in various states. For example, the those birds on the rock over there. They have a unique animation if you put them to sleep with a sleep status that pretty much most players would never see. And there's tons of little things like that hidden in this game. Five. That's nice. think you could do it with the sleep mist spell or something like that. Sleep pots, that'll do it. East of. Oh, I see. Other way. This way. Oh, found it. Oh, I see they fly in from the sky. Okay, but can we do without the bats, though? And the goats. The goats don't need to get involved either. I tried fighting the bird on horseback. I wonder if it's better. Some bosses feel like they're definitely intended to be fought on horseback. Others feel like they were definitely not meant to be fought on horseback. I feel like dragons fall into the definitely meant to be fought on horseback. Seems easier this way. Go, no! No problem. Blue Feathered Branch Sword. I don't think I've ever beaten that particular death bird, because I've never seen this item. What is this? Talisman adorned with blue feathers, once used in ancient death rituals. Oh, it's the blue tearstone ring. I see. Raise defense when health is low. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and thus does one cling so tenaciously to life, to render up a death worth offering. Kind of cool. Okay. Whoa. Nope, don't do that. Over here, please. Those do work both ways. Up and down. Talismans feel underwhelming in this game. Yes, I think they are still overcorrecting from the Red Tearstone Ring and the Ring of Favor and Protection. I think they, with those two particular items, they really learned just how powerful it is when the player's given a large % bonus to anything. And so we do see a lot of very small percentages on things like talismans, but I do like the variety of talismans, and I think they did a pretty good job overall. But yeah, I think the Ring of Favor and Protection kind of taught them a lesson quite harshly. Never again, they said. Ow. Just wanted some Fulgur Bloom, man. Yeah, 20% to health, stamina, and load. If you ever unequip it, it breaks permanently. Except, why would you ever unequip it? It's the best ring in the game. So there's actually no downside. There's a couple plot-specific rings you have to equip in Dark Souls 1, but you just juggle the other slot for your ring, and it's fine. But yeah, it was pretty OP. I liked it quite a lot for our Soul Level 1 Dark Souls playthrough that we did. And yes, you can get it crazy early on, too. All you have to do is kick Lautrec off a cliff, and quite frankly, he deserves it. Less familiar with this part of Limgrave, so I'm just kind of looking around, seeing what we have here. And yeah, part of it is that is various stats. If you give percent bonuses to things from multiple sources, often they'll stack multiplicatively. So when the players are able to multiply their bonuses, it's pretty dang strong. Too strong. It's because we're in a fight, huh? Disgrace over here. Is this Potato 2? This has less classes than Potato 2. Do I have a password set up for Elden Ring? No, like the community thing. I don't have any sort of cross. I'm playing in offline mode for our whole playthrough, so I wouldn't even see messages related to such a thing. We're doing this journey alone. How do I get over there, though? See, there's a bridge way up here. Already... Oh, yeah, we've already explored the lower part of this. Wait, can I make that jump? I can make that jump. Ah. Shit. Exploding. Hey, Indie Age. Started a fresh character today. Haven't gotten to anything DLC related yet, but I'm sure I will have a grand time upon getting there. I'm already having a good time just revisiting this game that I really enjoy. Is this root resin? No. Gold-tinged excrement. Whatever. Artist's Shack. The Homing Instinct painting. Paintings are conceptually really cool, but I think they really flubbed the execution on the paintings in this game. So the premise is, it's the work of a wandering artist, a vision of part of the game world from a particular perspective. The soul of the painter and vestiges of the dead's last moment can be discovered by visiting the location depicted even now. So you go to where in the game world matches the painting, and you'll get a special item. That's kind of cool, except two problems. One, these paintings are a pain in the butt to do, partially because you cannot look at the full image in any easy way. I think this is as big as I can make it within the game, which is absurd, because I should be able to get a better view of this thing. And second, the rewards for actually going to the places indicated by the paintings are almost universally terrible, or otherwise useless. And so you don't even get a good reward. It's double whammy of missed opportunity, I feel like. a lot of demi-humans.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the True Order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor.
Are you just gonna go on like that, sir? You're needlessly poetic here.
Ah, you've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but, no. No, the help is very much appreciated, even from a Tarnished.
From a little island
Despite
tarnished.
appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the True Order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Height. Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, young Tarnished.
What, after that Godric guy?
I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. A knight commander from Stormvale took it. A fool! And plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood.
Oh yeah, it's one of the earliest places you can get a blood infusion, Ash of War. That's kind of helpful. But it sounds like you're asking me to do your dirty work for you. Also, when you say your fort, it sounds like it's their fort now.
What are you waiting for?
And soon it will be my
goodbye?
fort.
My fort lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. Take it back for me. Oh, I see. You wish to know the reward.
Yeah.
Fret not. The great Kenneth Height is known for his considerable largesse.
Largesse.
The celebrations will be lavish indeed upon the dawn of my fort's retrieval.
Yeah, big talks for someone who's about to get kicked off a ledge.
Yes. Now, allow me to furnish you with a little advice. I would take great care to avoid Godric's Tarnished hunts were I in your shoes.
Oh yeah, that's what his soldiers
That
are looking for in the
depraved lot are
forest.
obsessed with sacrificing Tarnished like you for the sake of
They're looking for
grafting.
Tarnished.
Honestly, Godric's nothing more
To
than
feed to
a
the spider.
jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord, oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Melania, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse? And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden
Some hot
lineage.
gossip.
Though you almost wouldn't know it to look at him. Yeah, I almost feel sorry for the chap.
He didn't know
the more I think
Godric
of it.
fought Millennia.
What are you waiting for? My fort.
Oh god. Okay, we're good. So he wants us to take the fort. I guess I can do that. Anytime you see these tombstones sticking out of the side of cliffs, by the way, these are meant as platforms for Torrent. They're a way for you to safely get down from heights. So these always mean a safe descent. If you can nail the landing, you still have to land on them, which is easier said than done. Oh crap, that's a rune bear. Throw kukris at it. That sounds fun. Yeah. There's the bleed. It's definitely cheesy. For any other enemy, I might feel bad about it. But I certainly don't. Ow. He's so angry. Oh, this feels good, actually. Getting revenge on these nerds. And stay dead. Trina's lilies, too. Those are non-respawning. Anytime you see an ingredient with a blue background, that means it does not respawn in the overworld. They're limited supply. But this is an important place to show up here. If you go nowhere else in Limgrave, come here. To the Third Church of America. It's the only place to get the Flask of Wondrous Physic, which is a cool new addition to Elden Ring. It's a reusable special brew flask. That's going to go in the last quick slots that we have. So we mix 2 of the crystal tears to create a custom effect. And we can use that once per rest. Melina is here with Words of Marika. This one depicts Marika.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
Yeah.
Very well. In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
Pedro Biagioni, thanks for the Prime sub and the 30 months. Support. Thanks for the kind words. There's also a sacred tier here, which is pretty sweet. Upgrade our flask further. And let's mix the Wondrous Physic. What do we got here? Not a whole lot. Restore half of health. Regenerate. Temp boost faith. And negate damage. I guess I will have restore half of health. And block the next hit. The regen one is quite good. It's like 2 minutes of steady regeneration, but it makes a sound effect I don't like, so I'm not going to use it. That's the fort we're meant to take back. Fort Heights in the distance there. Crap battle. Is that a cave? It is a cave. Exit to a cave. Don't remember that. Those are fun. Yeah, the Golden Order incantations, the Ring of Light stuff, those are definitely fun as far as damaging incantations go. Word of warning, though, they have intelligence requirements, often very steep intelligence requirements. So they are not just for pure faith. That, sir? It seems unnecessary. Use you. Can't you see I'm leaving Limgrave? Grass kind of yields to cracked dirt here. We have a monument. Sky is blood red. Lord Godfrey, at last of the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered and faded. I think referring to the Wars of the Shattering. There's a church here. Although we're going to get invaded first. Anastasia Tarnished Eater. Big ol' knife. How did that not hit you? Scammed. Got absolutely scammed out of that last hit. Good try, though. Okay, I died a little bit off the beaten trail here. Let's go over here. Well, maybe you'll learn some manners eventually. And yeah, I definitely love this game. This is one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm very excited that it got new content after years of waiting. One of the longest waits between a game's release and a DLC. For 2+ years. Crazy. Just crazy. Yeah, we'll go around that for now. Right, Summon Water Village. My favorite ending, the ending I got the first time was the Age of Stars ending, and I think that's a pretty cool one. Hoping there's new endings with the DLC. There ought to be. Although, please don't confirm or deny. Just yakking. Sometimes it's good to trade a hit. The Sacred Scorpion Charm from her. This is a pretty bad trinket. A talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen. Patterned on a scorpion, freshly shed of its exoskeleton. Its claws seizing a heart with a blessed glow. Raises holy attack power, but lowers all of our damage negation. Simultaneously want to know everything about this game, but also nothing. Yeah, it's best discovered by oneself. What did we just get here? Poison Pot. Poison Pot's pretty good. Hey, what can I craft so far? I don't have the ability to make any greases yet. So a more thorough examination of Limgrave is still required. This here marks the edge of Caelid, a land cursed by the Scarlet Rot. Everything here is barren and rotting from the inside. The sky is red. The animals are depraved. Everything's terrible here. Lots of cool things to find in Caelid. We don't need to go here just yet, though. I'd rather get a few levels. We should probably get our first Great Rune before we come over here. Okay, so let's get the map for Southern Limgrave, then. Kind of hard to find our way around without it. Missed this.
There's no mistake, is there? Death has left its mark. Once again.
Cool sword.
Ah, a tarnished, are you? I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death. And worse yet, it is home to a mariner. If you value your life, then go no further.
Hey there, Passish. Yes, I am playing the entire game into the DLC. That's right.
The village here has been touched by death.
It'll take more than one day.
Turn back while you still can.
I'm probably looking at grand total, including the DLC, just a ballpark estimate, 100 hours. It's a huge game, even when you know where you're going.
Been touched by death. Turn back.
Turn back, he says. I don't want to do that. Pretty good view from here. You can see a church on the cliff over there. That's kind of neat. Skeleton Man. Teleporting Skeleton Man. Could be a mariner. It's like a dead boatman with a horn. They summon skeletons. There's some skeletons being summoned. Pretty easy fight. Just a fresh playthrough. I've played this game 2 times before, either of which were on stream. So partially doing a fresh playthrough so stream can see the whole thing. Partially because I genuinely wanted to do a fresh playthrough, play through the game with a different build. The game say of Deathroot? Source that gives rise to those who live in death. The beast clergyman found at the bestial sanctum in the distant east collects and devours these roots. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of Deathroot. So Deathroot sprouts from first demigod to die, Godwyn the Golden. Have I played Armored Core? Yes! In fact, my first FromSoft game that I ever played was Armored Core 2 on the PlayStation 2 as a kid. So I was actually familiar with FromSoft's titles well before Dark Souls came around. And I'm also then have the perspective that From Software have been crafting devious player murdering scenarios for far longer than they've been making RPGs. Some of the Armored Core games have equally brutal, difficult moments. Although mostly they're not that hard. What are those exclamation marks coming from? That was added very recently with the DLC. That is a new items tab. Here, let me show you. It's they tucked it away in the options. You have to manually enable this new feature. So under display here at the very bottom, mark new items, show recent items tab. That'll when you open your inventory, then you get just a tab that has all of the most recent things you've found. So it gives you a nice, easy way to find that thing you just picked up. I'm gonna go there. Let's go back to D here. The road. Yeah, you want to talk about a brutally difficult FromSoft game. One of the most difficult bosses FromSoft has ever made. I'll give a shout out to Armored Core Last Raven for the PlayStation 2. I don't think there's any modern way to play this game, unfortunately. But there's a boss at the end of one of the routes by the name of Zenaida, who is an absolute monstrous nightmare of a fight. Arguably harder than most of the things in the Souls games. That fight. I was looking for D. I missed him. He's not here. Alright, he's probably back at round table then. It's too tall. There's a way down. That's kind of daunting. No problem. You're alive? Apparently you're alive. Don't mess up my jump. Thank you. That's right, that's where the room bear was. Already been down there. Okay, let's go get our map. Another one of these things. And take a trip through the bear forest. Won't necessarily need to follow that. Seem to have ended up in bear country, though. Give me your bones. We have East Limgrave as our map. Definitely lots of cool stuff over here. I would like this. That seemed important. Fetid pot and roped fetid pot. There's a minor Erd tree here. This one has no guardian. It's the only one without a guardian. You can just take the crystal tears. Light and green spill. The one with stamina regen might be worth it. Although I bet that also makes a sound effect. Guess we'll go to Port Height. Dragon Slam. Message here. Open for business. Business time.
Ah, welcome, dear customer. Yes, right this way. Right this way.
You better hope for your sake your goods aren't too good.
Valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long.
Beast lure pot. Oh, that's right. We can craft exalted flesh. That's good. Got lump of flesh, beast liver, sliver of meat. He's been hunting the monsters here. Make some more smithing stones. Why not? Don't need any shields, that's for sure. Demi-humans wax wroth. Now their mother's been taken. The night, bedeviled by blood. Demi-humans have taken Fort Heights. Okay, big guy coming down. A stick. We just planted a flag? That's kind of cool, actually. What? Everyone's coming here? Did I break your flag? No. I'm powerless before the flag. Cannot capture it. Wet sounding smash. Oof. Talk about a headache. Why does he have a pumpkin on his head? Well, he's a pumpkin head. It's just how they do. Things are going slightly better than in that other fort. On a pile of corpses, at least. This is not cool. Souls 1 at this moment. Got fire bombs and rats. Like on Deadberg all over again. Ow. Blood grease. Okay, there's a grease. What does blood grease take? Blood rose, that makes sense. Don't have any of those. It's the Blood Knight. Fair enough. Tough life, man. Bloody slash. Oh, and there's some blood roses, so I can make blood grease if I want to. Huzzah. When you're doing well in this game, the combat feels so satisfying. It's one of the coolest parts, in my opinion. That was a fun way to kill that dude. Definitely. Have I been over there? No, I have not. It's like there could be something there. Medallion. Left half of a split medallion depicting the Erd Tree. Brandishing this medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Dectus, connecting the Altus Plateau to Liurnia. The right half is said to reside in Fort Feroth in the Dragon Barrow, far to the east. In Caelid. Half of medallion. The medallion operates what is essentially a giant elevator. Oh, that would be the demi-human queen then, that corpse. They mentioned their queen had been killed. That's it there. I think you can get inside that house structure. All right. I think that's all Kenneth. Yeah, we just had to kill the knight, I think, for height. So we'll go back to Kenneth now. Oh, more blood roses. I want these too. Kenneth was over here.
I've been waiting for you with bated breath. Did you manage to recapture my fort? Oh, excellent news. Just wonderful. And the knight's dead to boot. Well done, my friend. Well done indeed. I knew I was right to trust you. Now, here's your reward, as promised. Go ahead. It's all yours.
One Final Fantasy game to rule them all. I really enjoyed Final Fantasy X. I haven't played all that many Final Fantasies. And 7, of course, I enjoyed as well. So I would nominate probably those two. I think my personal favorite was Final Fantasy X. Okay, so now he'll go back to the fort, I think. We got the Erdtree dagger. What is that thing? An Erdsteel dagger with a grass crest engraved upon its blade, carried by the Erdtree royalty for self-defense in times of peace. Forged to a high standard, it is difficult to wield. Can't even spell Final Fantasy. It's tough. Wait, he's there? Did I not talk to him enough? Hold on. Probably had to talk to him again. FromSoft's approach to quest designs definitely has not held up in an open world game. Too many nebulous steps involved with finding each NPC and progressing their story through the correct sequence. Playing this blind, you'd be lucky to chance upon any of the storylines more than a few times.
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort.
Yeah, it is. I was just there.
First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans. What's that look? You don't believe me? Well, under the Erdtree, commingling with the demi-humans is made possible. Even the vulgar shall not be left behind under the rule of true order. Which is why I, Kenneth Haight, next in line as the rightful ruler of Limgrave, have sworn to uphold.
Next, you know he's going to be grafting them.
Just you watch, my friend. Just you watch.
Freak.
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to ask. Would you like to enter my service? I see bright things in your future, stout warrior. Enter into my service and learn the workings of the Erdtree's true order. And who knows? Perhaps sometime down the line, the grace of gold will return to those tarnished eyes of yours. What say you? A fine accord, is it not?
I'll pledge.
Very well indeed. I knew I saw something in you. I shall await you at my fort. We shall hold a ceremony for your knighting there, I think. I see great things ahead of us. We are truly by the Erdtree blessed. Right then, I've much...
Grubby! Thank you for the insanely generous raid. Welcome, welcome, everybody. We're playing some Elden Ring today. Started a fresh character about 8 hours ago now. And we're working our way towards conquering the lands between to prep for the DLC. How's it going? Thanks again for the raid, Grubby. You just freed this man's fort.
I suppose you must have seen it by now, yes. The sorry state of my fort.
Yeah, it's a real mess here,
Oh,
dude.
Indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler. One must be found with haste.
Yeah, welcome, everybody. Have a seat, get cozy.
The true and stalwart
Enjoy some
lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
Elden Ringin'.
I'm sorry to have lifted your hopes, but I haven't the authority to raise you to
promised me
knighthood as things stand.
knighthood.
The great Kenneth Height issues his sincerest apology. But now, I must begin my search post-haste.
Ironclad never looked so good.
Stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
Could do with some better armor, though.
I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of...
Okay, well, if I find one, I'll let you know, I guess. Alright, let's see. Haven't been to the Mistwood Ruins yet.
Always a pleasure.
About the howling in Mistwood.
The howl of a wolf in the Mistwood.
How's it going? Pew pew gun, thank you.
He must still be skulking about. I know. Why not meet him for yourself? Next time you hear the wolf's howl, make this signal right under the source. Don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off.
Finger snap. You got it.
Goodbye. Nice to do business.
See him up there. We must perform finger snap. This one. Hello.
Who goes there? Carly sent you,
You're
did he?
tall.
Ever the bloody busybody. Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's Blythe.
Blythe.
I'm looking for a man who goes by Darrowell. He fled somewhere nearby. Or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do. I can offer you ample reward.
Blythe. We'll keep our eyes out. I'm vaguely familiar with your channel, Grubby. It's an honor to have you here. Oh, good lord. Why he's so big, though? Stairs. I'd like to use the stairs. Thank you. Been binging the tube uploads? Even more honored. Next talisman. What we got here? Enhances charge attacks. We do use those a fair amount, actually. Be a reasonable swap out for the Crimson Amber Medallion, although it does take me to heavy load, because we are just on the cusp. We need more endurance. Ouch. Right. Big angry bear. Okay, well, I'm leaving. How about that? If these things can keep up with us on horseback, bit of a problem. Just ride. Let's go, Shamaniacs. You found me. You found me. Okay. I wanted to investigate the catacombs over here. There were 2 catacombs around here that I wanted to take a look at. Let's go here. Hello. You. Unthinkable. Our hallowed resting place is violated. Refuse the Erd Tree's call to return. To live within death. Thickening. Oh yeah, I think we want to go down here. Making a new Twitch account, you missed some of your followed channels. Brutal, but glad you found your way back. That's awesome. Do this one real quick. Ooh, root resin. Definitely want more of that. We're making grease. Star. I have a better blunt weapon yet, do I? No. Still doing the same skeleton moves since Dark Souls. That jump and double slash. Oh, excuse you. Somehow more skeletons. Whoa, way more skeletons. Get up there. Here. Take that. Oh, here's the Uchi Katana. That's right. So now we have our own katana, and we probably have the stats to use that, too. It's a nice, quick weapon that can inflict bleed. Definitely good against any bleed-weak enemies we encounter. Fight this with the mace, just for fun. What we got here? Oh crap, a Black Knife Assassin? They're visible though. These enemies have a really absurd moveset. They're so dodgy. I'm a little pissed at From about these things. Injured? Sideways. Got her. The Assassin's Crimson Dagger. An assassin's dagger, misshapen and stained in crimson. This charm. Oh, it's a charm. Critical hits restore health. Cool. Modeled after the darkly gleaming blades used in the Night of Black Knives, those which gave the demigods their first taste of death. How many hours do I have in Elden Ring? About 200 from my other playthroughs. So a decent amount of playtime, but I wouldn't call myself an expert by any means. But yeah, I have played this before. Not the DLC, though. That's going to be new. That'll be fun. Very fun. Yes, there's more death root here. Delightful. Okay. Is there anything out on this peninsula tip? It's like broken pieces of golems. From the bridge. Oh, debris from the bridge. That makes sense, actually. You can put that together. But those are that's why those golem corpses are here. Oh, that one's not a corpse. That one's alive. Morning Star will work fine on this. Just hit him in the weak point. Oops. Ah. Please die. No. No. Oh, there is something here. Corpse resting on a golem. The Lance Talisman. Talisman depicting a lance and a knight enhances attacks while on horseback. Knights on horseback are deadly foes. They see all below from their lofty position, meeting little meaningful resistance as they charge ahead.
Oh.
Okay, so we've explored most of what's over here. We haven't done here. I feel like there was another thingy somewhere around here. I saw a statue. I can find it again. There's one more. Yeah, that. Okay. One more catacomb somewhere in the vicinity of here. I would like to go there. I don't think I've been down there. Also, have I met you? You look new. What's up?
Oh, dear. Yeah, I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Maybe. Oh, we've got a cracked pot. I'll buy that. Poison bone arrows. Those are nice to have. Short sword. I don't think I've ever used a short sword in one of these games. A bandit mask. I'll buy that. That sounds kind of cool. Got lots of these. Should probably upgrade my weapons a bit more.
I must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
Actually, I will buy those smithing stone ones.
Is there anything wrong?
So I can upgrade more weapons. I don't remember where I saw what I'm looking for, though. The hell? Someone's having a bad time. I don't even know what that is, actually. Oh. Someone worked very hard for that, that scream. Oh, a cave. High Road Cave. I'll try out the dagger. The bloodstained dagger. More damage than I would have thought. And yeah, I'm definitely having a good time, hence the late stream. We're probably going to do a unusual stream hours tomorrow, too. Might have to break it up into segments for YouTube. That would actually make a lot of sense. I definitely have to end stream soon, because at the 12-hour mark, I think YouTube treats it differently or something. I don't want a 12-hour VOD on YouTube. Also, I'm not going to stream 12 hours. We'll do this dungeon, maybe a little bit more, but I got to go pretty soon here. Remember when I played Silent today? That was fun. Up? Hey, the 10-hour YouTube vids are the best ones to fall asleep to. Lots of these, right? Yeah. Start using more fire bombs. Combos. It's actually a really good weapon for this cave. Whoa. I don't think I've been in this cave before. It's completely unfamiliar to me. Cooperative with the camera. Yep. It was huge. I would assume falling into the water will kill me. Yeah. Oh, it looks like there's a ledge I can land on there. I jumped into the exact wrong spot. Rip. Thankfully, there's a Stake of America that I can revive at. Gravity wins again. Oh yeah, okay, that's safe. There is death in the middle, though. We have to make a jump here. Not a hard jump, thankfully. Shamshir? I don't think I've ever seen this weapon either. Which, of course, as mentioned, items in this game are typically unique, so if I've never been to the cave, I've never seen the items in the cave. Okay, are we done attacking me? What is this? Curved sword with a thin blade of ample length. Devastatingly powerful weapon in the hands of a skilled swordsman. Let's try it out. is a curved sword. Very long one. Oh, cool moveset. Yeah, I like it. Curved swords are good for spamming attacks in quick succession. They don't do much stagger damage, so they're hard to score criticals with, but not necessarily a problem. Kid is crazy. Lots of dead vagabond type fellows too. Seemingly died trying to make it through the cave. Unclear. Oh, okay. What a cave! Wow. I have no idea what the boss is gonna be. Be fun. Use the dagger for the boss. Got the bleed. Oh shit. Okay, that's not. Okay, let's go for a bigger weapon. It's not gonna bleed. Thanks for 8 months. Never seen this game before, it's quite a treat. Did 293 license. Dancer Charm. Oh yeah, this thing. A cloth doll depicting a dancer garbed in blue. Raises attack power with low equipment load. Dancer in blue represents a fairy who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god. A god that was rot itself. This charm actually relates to the story of Millennia. We haven't interacted with a whole lot of her storyline yet. Interesting little bit of lore there. Cool. Cool little cave. I like that. I like that. So, I would call that a pretty thorough... Oh yeah, we haven't done the Ever Jail. Let's go over here. Meet up with Blythe. Am I playing blind or following a specific guide? I've played the base game before, so I'm following a pattern of my own desire for navigating the base game. Then I'll be playing blind in the DLC. A Forlorn Hound Everjail. That's where we'll find our quarry. I'm going to summon Blythe here for this specific interaction. No summons normally allowed, but this gives Blythe a couple extra lines of dialogue I want everyone to see. It's not a very hard fight anyway.
Darrowell, rotting in a cell is no true justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
Staggered him immediately? He died. Don't die, don't die. Whoa. Good hit. Get the Bloodhound's Fang. That's a pretty good weapon. It's another decent option for much of the game. Is my sword longer? Pretty similar, actually. It's just so big.
Right. There you are.
I'd love using this weapon of Blythe's if it didn't scale with int.
Man of my word. Here's your prize.
Thanks for the lame smithing stone.
Oh yes. I should say, if you venture north to Rea Lucaria and come across a venerable blacksmith who's a little on the large side, tell him I sent you, and he'll be sure to treat you right.
I'm not going to do 100% of the base game before going to the DLC. I'll leave some of the harder bits of the base game untouched. So that I can have something to use the overpowered DLC items on for fun at the end. So I think we'll leave, like, Malekith and Millennia and stuff for after the DLC. You heard him, Giant Blacksmith.
That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we parted ways.
Alright, well, I guess I'll see ya. I guess that goes for everybody, Twitch chat. I think it is time we parted ways here. We've been streaming for now a little bit over 10 hours for the Elden Ring nonsense, which is more than enough for one stream. My body hurts, I'm hungry. I would like to go do some evening stuff. I will be back, hopefully tomorrow. I'm going to be playing just more Elden Ring tomorrow, is the plan. I don't exactly know what time I'm available tomorrow, though. I've got a social thing that I'm going to be doing with a variable time frame on it, so I'll start when I can start, and we'll stop when I have to stop, is all I can say at the moment. But thanks, everybody, for tuning in. If you're here from the start of stream, then why? You've been here far too long, as have I. Thank you again, Grubby, for the raid. And everybody who found their way here from that raid. Don't forget to drop a follow if you'd like to hang out some more or check out more of the playthrough. The playthrough will be in its entirety eventually on the Bela Lord Unedited channel, the Archives channel. So starting tomorrow, the VOD should be going up on that channel for a perpetual place to live. Why indeed? That's right. Somebody says, I was sick with the flu. Well, that's a good excuse. That is a good excuse. All right, Twitch chat. I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. Till next time, my friends, stay cozy and safe venturing in the lands between. Till next time, though, this is Baylor signing off saying, stay cozy, my friends, and have a good one. Toodaloo, everybody. Toodaloo.